Come to Ekiti State House of Assembly. You are before an ad hoc committee to regulate the activities, the excesses of the scavengers in the state. Before the business of the day, Sorry for the intervention. Before the business of the day, let me start by introducing the members of the committee to you. We have Honorable Tolulopo Ege is the chairman of the committee. We also have Honorable Topeloge as the members of the committee. Honorable Latif Akale, the member of the committee. Honorable Oladele Ogushake, the member of the committee. While others members will join us in the course of the meeting. I also have here with me the Director of Information, in person of Mr. Olasokomi Ekundayo. Then information crew, I have Mrs. Olowolafe FM and Mrs. Omoluabi FA. The publication crews are over there. I also have Mr. Muyiwa Akrele, the legislative duty officer. And my colleagues are over there. The person of Mr. Olaniyi Lawrence is a legislative officer. And Mr. Ogundana Bega, the clerk to the committee. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You should stay with them and be explaining to them. You should stay with them. You should stay with them and be explaining to them. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. I want to once again apologize for the delay. We are very sorry for keeping you this long before we started. My SSR, DG, Officer from the Commissioner of Police, DG Civic Orientation, please. I'm just trying to identify names. I'm a little bit poor with sight, but please, we are sorry for delaying you. And this committee was set up November 7th by this House based on several petitions that we have received from the people about their experiences with vandals. And most of the time, they finger and accuse scavengers, waste operators. In our little investigation too, with the security agencies, we found out that there's a persistent relationship with those that are scrap operators and those who carry out these criminal activities. I'm sorry. Sorry. I intentionally skipped the introduction of general participants and critical stakeholders. One, because I see it might consume our time, and I see that we really need to be fast. Since we have done an attendance, the attendance will become a part of our report. So please, your attendance will definitely be identified in the report. So please don't mind if we don't start with the physical introduction. So like I was saying earlier, please, this committee was set up, and the mandate of the committee was to first engage with the association, if any, and to define, we should engage with the association, if any, and determine whether to outrightly outlaw their activities. And if during our engagement we see the need for their activities and services, we should define how to regulate these activities. And we are also advised to employ any other necessary option deemed useful in the discharge of these our terms of reference. So what we did was we sat down to first find out if there are any associations like this. And on the 29th of November, we had our first interface with some numbers of people. One of the essays to the governor's special interest, and a crew of persons, namely one Mohammed Aminu, who was introduced as the Ado local government chairman of this crab and vendors. Also Yusuf Gaba, Ibrahim Saidu, amongst others, about some number of 10, 15 people. And from these few people, we found out about the existence of Naswadin. We found out about the existence of Irewolede Motor Pushers Association. We found out about the existence of Metascrap associations. So from there, we decided to also engage with these three named associations. So also on the 7th of December, we met with this association here at the House of Assembly, and we tried to check how they operate, what laws, existing laws they have, how they have been operating. And during the course of this engagement, we found out, because what we were trying to do actually was, one, see if they can regulate themselves, and if we can influence or introduce new mayors where they can collectively work together to regulate their activities. But we found out that there were a lot of disparities among these three associations, limiting the possibility of them working together. After several efforts at making them agree to work together under an association, which we all know that there's freedom of association. So we could not co-opt them forcefully to come together under one umbrella. So we were left with no other alternative than to create a regulatory agency for the state to administer the activities of these three named and identified associations, so as to help, one, curtail the excesses of the activities, which has blown over to affecting our citizens within the state. So during the last meeting, our resolution was to go back. We extracted their laws, their modus operandi, to go back and flesh it and come up with a bill for a law to regulate the activities of these scavengers and scrap operators in Ekiti State. And the essence of this public hearing is having come up with this bill to pass the clauses of this bill to stakeholders so that we can collectively assess what we are proposing, consent to it before the House finally ratifies it and makes it a law, so that all critical stakeholders are carried along and also have the opportunity to speak to what we intend to do. And that is why we have invited all of you. And thank you very much. That's just the background. At this instance, I would like to move over to the next item, which is a report on the progress of the Regulating Agencies Bill. If there are no comments, are there any comments? Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol duly observed. I'm Ayodele Aluko, the Director, Environmental and Sanitation, Ministry of Environment. My observation. First and foremost, I want to commend the effort of this committee for this laudable idea. It's very good, but my own observation, because we have different agencies in the state, and I want to suggest creating this bill, since we have in other states, we have in other states, it is waste management authority that is regulating the activities of scavengers. We have it in other states. I want to suggest in creating another agency, because creating another agency, it will amount to something in which I believe, since we have a waste management authority in the state, and what these people are doing, the scavengers, is more or less waste. They are picking waste, and this agency, they are there to regulate their activities. I would have suggested that in creating another bill, I would have suggested that this agency, a state waste management authority, they have law. I want to say that, I also suggest that the law that their law, the House should review their law to accommodate what this committee has already put in place, rather than creating another agency to regulate the activity. Since what they are doing is more or less waste, and these people, this agency, their role is to regulate waste activities in the state. And I believe this agency can also regulate the activities of scavengers in the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Chairman of the committee, the Honorable Member of the committee. I say good morning to everybody. My name is Engineer Tawusha Adekunle Vicente, the General Manager for the State Waste Management Authority. My name is Engineer Tawusha Adekunle, the General Manager of the State Waste Management Authority. Actually, in our agency, we are saddled with the responsibility of collection, disposal of the waste. Not only the scavengers, we have private waste collector that are regulating their activities. So, scavenger is also one of them. We have almost 3 dump sites. And our major assignment, like I said, is to collect, dispose waste. So, creating or establishing another agency now, there's going to be clash. So, please, sir, kindly consider this. the waste manager is our duty to, yes, the Honorable Chairman. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. All protocol duly observed. I am Ariyo Adebusu Emmanuel, Director of Environmental Services, Ekiti State Waste Management Authority. And I just want to buttress what my colleagues have just said, as far as my this issue of scrap metal association. I think we've held meeting with them at our agency. 2 or 3 meetings. We've held meeting with them in their offices. There was this one we had just last week at Jibo, where we invited all the stakeholders across the state. I so much believe that some of them are still here now. So I don't think there's any need for the state to establish any bureau to regulate the activities. It is solely under the purview of Ekiti State Waste Management Authority. Thank you.
Good morning, the chairman and members of the committee and the general populace that are here this morning. We want to appreciate the activity of this house and even the government so far. My name is Pastor Oluwachola, a civil engineer and a recycler. I have my recycling factory by the gate of Ekiti State dump site. I want to say that industrial revolution in Nigeria and in the whole world now is a global phenomenon. And this revolves around recycling of waste materials. And everyone just needs to key into this revolution that is taking place. And any group of people, maybe a state or a country, that says they will not take part will be left behind. Why recycling? We know that recycling is taking place so that everything that we are having now, after we have used them and they become waste, they have to be recycled to aid industrialization. Because most of the things we are using today, we cannot even endeavor to buy new ones that are made from virgin products. We discovered that we cannot make use of materials made from virgin products, and that is the need even for recycling of the used ones, and even including the cloth we are wearing, the iron we are using for industrial use, toilet roll, most of these things we are using today, they are from recycling. Therefore, the activities of the people that are going through all these things, I mean the stakeholders, the people that are involved, cannot be overemphasized. Based on this, I want to appeal to this committee to let us see and to see a way that everyone involved in recycling, either iron, metals, plastics, papers, and all manner of waste, that we should let it continue undisturbed. But the area I want to make mention is that this the operations of this aspect of the economy is very important. The stakeholders, I mean the people we refer to as scavengers or Ebola, they are very important to the society. The work they are doing the advantage of the work they are doing far supersede the disadvantage to us. The actual work they are doing is to collect waste, and they are really collecting it. Even the environmental agency will bear with me that they can cover very little ground, but the activities of the scavengers cover much. And there is no aspect of our society that has no bad eggs. We have bad eggs among the scavengers. What I think we should do is how to regulate their activities. Maybe how to deal with the miscreants among them. And since we have an agency, the Environmental Protection Agency here, that can do this, that we should allow them to go ahead and formulate policies that will help this state. Recycling has come to stay. And we want to even call on government to give support even to this sector of the economy, so that we will not be having the same complaint every now and then. And I believe if we do this, the issue of maybe the Ebola people, they are doing this, they are doing that, will come down. And the society will be better for it. God will bless us in Jesus' name.
Thank you. Well, good morning, gentlemen and ladies. The Commissioner of Police permit me to stand on all existing protocols as earlier established. Heads of our security agencies, our stakeholders here. Once again, my name is Longa Temitope Ademola, and I represent the good people of Oyo Constituency 1. With respect to our discussions on this particular issue, I have listened to the submission of the people from Waste Management Board, Waste Management, I think, and I think that with profound respect, the functions and the activities of the Waste Management Board in ensuring the cleanliness of our society, our towns in Ekiti State cannot be overemphasized. As a matter of fact, I particularly commend your efforts because people most times we tend to do things in such a manner that as if we do not care. And we see your work, we see your activities around town, trying to ensure that you keep the city clean. But sir, permit me to digress or to digress a bit, or to disagree with you a bit. And I'm going to say this to you. Section 14, 2B of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, states clearly, explicitly, that the primary responsibility of government shall be the security and welfare of the people. And once there's a breach, or once there's an attempted breach, or once there's a seeming or a semblance of anything that can breach the security of the people, the government, as a responsible government and representative of the people, we have to look for ways to nip it in the bud. I'm sure that we have all seen what is happening in Abuja now, vis-a-vis people stealing manholes to go and sell in markets, especially these scrap people. Now, I want to say with profound respect that There are very decent scrap dealers. There are very decent scavengers that are legitimately doing their decent businesses all around us. And we can't stop them. But just like my brother in Blue Lakes there said, out of every 12, there's always a Judas. So I want to believe that, contrary to your assertion, I believe what you have in your hand already at the Waste Management Board is almost overwhelming. And also, the Bible says the kingdom of God suffereth violence, and the violence shall take it by force. If we allow their activity, we are not saying we are banning them outrightly, but creating a sister agency or a bureau to check. We are using check to check and control and regulate the activities. I don't think it's a bad thing. It's even also going to help you. Okay? So, just like I said, there are very decent scrap dealers, scavengers all around us. Okay? But the government must also be proactive to put it very serious checks. Otherwise, if we allow the activities of these scavengers to go unchecked, unregulated, or we say Waste Management Board come and add their responsibility to yours, I doubt if you have the capacity to check them. Why do I say that? Even in our neighborhoods, how many of us have the capacity to even check them? There have been instances where, of course, there's nothing they don't even steal. The bad ones among them. The bad ones, there's nothing they don't steal. If they see your generator, they carry it. If they see even they see small baby, small child, they carry it and put it inside their bag. Okay? There have been instances where they have carried children. In my area, around Housing Estate, about a month ago, they entered the church, carried the old drum set there. What is the scavenger doing with drum sets? So some of them, I'm choosing my words, some of them are deliberate and intentional criminals. Some of them are thieves. Why some of them, I'm repeating again, some of them are decent business people looking for ways to earn a decent living. But I believe that creating an agency that will be saddled with the sole responsibility of checking the activities will not be an aberration. I think it's going to be a plus, and it's also going to help you, and it's also going to help the leaders of the different associations, so that you will have records. What we are trying to do is to keep records of people that are in this scavenging business. Okay, as I'm talking to you now, they are all over the places, they are all over the streets. So I think you should also commend the effort of government in trying to create an agency or a bureau that will regulate and control their activities. Nobody is buying them outrightly. Just like he has said, as a matter of fact, I was reading through a document here. It's one of the, I think by NSCDC. They said scavenging is also good for the environment. Okay? Scavenging is not only limited to these scrap people alone. Vultures are scavengers. When animals die, vultures go there to feed, and they take away that filth there. So it's also good for the ecosystem. But I think it's right for us to allow this to just sail through. Thank you. Thank you very much. And let me respond. Maybe I might answer some of the new agitation so that we can move on fast, please. I want to appreciate staffs of the Ministry of Waste Management, the GM and engineer. Thanks for your submission. And Pastor, thanks for your submission. Like I earlier said, I just didn't want to delay this sitting. We had our findings, and the term of reference the House gave us was to first check the existence of any association and find out if there is no need to outlaw their activities. So we found out that they're economical. We found out that they are viable. So that was why we are not talking about outlawing them. So I think we have gone past that stage. Now, part of our findings, like my colleague has equally said, is that they are legitimate operators. And they came in their numbers. to identify what they do and identify that their activities, their operation, certain elements hide under it. And that is our area of interest, their operation. We want to find out how to regulate the operation so that we can nip in the bud the possibility of anybody hiding under their activities. They are viable people, and we are not here to limit or reduce the possibility of them doing well in their businesses. But equally, like my colleague has equally said, it affects lives and properties of our people. And that is why we have said to this. Now, coming to the submission on waste management regulating those activities. If I agree with you that waste management is doing that, then it means waste management has failed. If the submission of waste management agency is that you are responsible for the regulating the activities of these people, it means you have failed. Because I cannot, even after we have started this program, I can tell you how many petitions we have received in this house. It's disheartening and it's scary. I want to believe that the waste management is heavily loaded. But given the submission from 3 principal officers from that agency, we will not push it away. We will go again, look at your activities, and look at the possibility of having you take ownership of regulating the activities. If we see that your operations can accommodate what we are proposing, we will go later to what we are proposing. So you will see what we are proposing. If your operations can accommodate these our proposals, then we will look at the possibility of doing that. But as of now, I want to tell you that I have input from all the security agencies. And one common thing that I have here is the request to have a private agency to regulate the activities. And on the basis of ownership, they want somebody that will own the activities of this set of people. You understand? These are their submissions. Civil defense, police, Amotekun. You understand? So the committee has opened its doors to several opinions. And that's why this particular is the formulation of all these opinions into a bill, which is why we are now saying, okay, let's bring everybody together again, see what we have done, endorse it finally, and after the House ratifies it, it becomes law in Ekiti State. So please, I will plead that we continue on what we are doing so that as it evolves, we can see probably if there will be need for us to continue to talk about a private bureau or not. And I think that's my submission. So if after my submission, you still have a comment, please. Director, DG, ma'am.
The Honorable Chairman, ad hoc committee of this body, honorable members of committee, co-stakeholders, I want to say good morning to us all. Having listened to what the chairman just said, without much ado and without tautology, I want to submit that there's no gainsaying the fact that we need to regulate the activities of waste, these scavengers, going by the reports that we have gathered and we have, and the petitions you have received. But I'm equally of the opinion that, because looking through the paper distributed to us, it's written under the establishment and administration of this bureau that they are going to be functioning under the Ministry of Environment. If a bureau is created to regulate this body, I want to submit, sir, that like you said, there might not necessarily be a need, because how many departments or bureaus are we going to have under a ministry? Let's take, for instance, maybe tomorrow, another aspect of regulating the environmental issues come up. Maybe people that tamper with the weather conditions or whatever. Are we going to set up another bureau again to regulate the activities? So why don't we expand the cost of the ministry? Let him have a department that will be solely saddled with that responsibility of overseeing the regulation of this body. No doubt the security agencies have seen the need for enforcement and regulation. So let's have a department created under this Ministry of Environment to oversee the activities, saddled majorly the responsibility of regulating the activities of scavengers, so that we don't go into unnecessary spendings, because by the time you have a bureau created, you have the retinue of officers that will be engaged under that bureau again, and there will be overlap of activities. And when it becomes everybody's business, at the end of the day, it becomes nobody's business. So I just want to appeal that let's have the ministry empowered, or the agency for waste management, because what they are doing is waste management. And no doubt, if we take that out of the activities of waste management, then it becomes an overlap of activities. So I want to submit that we have that regulation, but subsumed under the agency for waste management. Thank you very much, sir.
To properly, because that I'm having two submissions from you. You are proposing that the Ministry of Environment should have a desk to manage or regulate the activities of these operators.
Under waste management.
Under waste management?
Yeah.
Okay. So because
we already have a DG for waste management. If you are creating another bureau, they are going to have another DG. That's duplicity of...
I think I've answered that earlier, DG Ma. I've said we will continue after this public hearing to see the possibility or the ability of waste management to co-opt what we are proposing as part of their operations. If we are satisfied that that waste management agency can take on these proposals and dispense of them seemingly, we will adopt that. But if we feel that they are loaded, I was thinking that you are proposing a new desk under Ministry of Environment, which would have been a different idea.
No, under waste management.
It's the same thing we are still talking about. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Yes, listen.
The Honorable Chairman of the committee and the member of the House, I still remain Engineer Adekunle Vincent. The area where I'm a little bit confused, well, before I even say this, I appreciate your efforts. The area where I'm a little bit confused is, we have, like I told you, we have 3 dump sites. And these people are talking about, they do smoke. Most of the time, they go to our dump sites in the area of sorting, collecting all these useful waste. Most of the time, it leads to fire outbreak. And at the local dump sites, there's one estate very close to that place. As I'm talking to you now, there's a case in the court. So when they smoke there, so we need to monitor and regulate the activities. Because most of the time when they go there with and be smoking, it can lead to fire outbreak and that pollutes atmospheric condition. We know all sorts of gases, oxide of nitrogen, carbon monoxide, that do come out from this thing, seriously affecting, even lead to, I think, asthma. I think a medical doctor will be able to explain better. So as a result of this, and apart from that, I know that they commit a lot of atrocity in the town, stealing, all those things. I think it's just a matter of giving us the opportunity to employ more hands in our enforcement department, both at the parent ministry and our agency. We have enforcement and enlightenment departments in Waste Management Authority, and as well as Ministry of Environment, that's our parent ministry. So I'm talking to you now, we have taken requisite measure to meet with the leaders of these people, to let them know that there are some bad ones among them, and that even the government really want to have serious relationship with them. And we didn't even stop there. We also met with the stakeholders, so to see how we can resolve this problem. So, sir, we don't have any right to stop the activities of the House. After all, we are meeting the whole Ekiti State, but we just want you to take this one into consideration. Thank you very much, sir.
Jim, thank you. Thank you. I don't want us to be on the same topic for too much of a time, please. I've answered this question still. You understand? And like I've told you, we are beyond the stage of considering if we need to regulate. We have that's identified. And we have gone to the point of creating a law to regulate the activities. The only discussion we can have now is to be talking about either amending the waste agency law to take up our proposal, because we have a proposal which we are trying to unveil to you. We have come up with how we think you can regulate the activities of the scavengers. And that's what we are to do in the next agenda here. You understand? So what we are saying here now is, well, whatever we are proposing, should it be operated by a new borough, or should it be operated by the waste agency? So which have equally answered that we will still get to that point when we have unveiled the activities we are proposing. Then we'll now see if the capacity of the waste agency can take this, or if we need a separately new agency. Because what is important from submissions of security stakeholders is that there must be ownership. You understand? There must be ownership. It probably should be a single term of reference. Scavengers. The person who has multiple responsibilities might have clashes of interest, but the need to regulate them has to be a constant and on the top burner of our activities. So it is now left for us to now see if waste management eventually we agree to. If that's what we are going to end up to, then this bill becomes an amendment of the waste agency law. But if not, it continues as a bill to regulate the activities of. Please, thank you. The discussion is different from what we are saying, sir? Okay, please, thank you.
The chairman and other distinguished members of this committee, my name is Kayode Babatui. I'm the chairman of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, NUJ Ekiti State Council. I'd like to also appreciate everyone here for our various contributions. Mr. Chairman, I would like to, first of all, commend your initiative of even trying to come up with an idea to address this menace. Mr. Chairman, a lot of people today have been set back by the activities of these scavengers. You don't know the value of what you have until you lose them. Sometimes when I leave my house, even at work, I have the fear that my properties are not safe back home. Because on a daily basis in my community, you record activities of burgling, and which are actually traceable to the activities of these scavengers. Beyond the establishment of a new bureau, or whether the expansion of the capacity of the Ekiti State Waste Management Authority, I just want to make few suggestions. Number one, sir, there is need for government to ensure proper waste management system in our society. this will actually reduce the activities of these scavengers. Sir, everybody wants to go in that is lucrative. There in Ekiti State, two major activities are very, very lucrative. Commercials, motorcycling, Okada, and these activities of scavengers. If we have a proper waste management system where there are little or no more for you to even dispose or scavenge for whatever, we will have a reduction in the activities of these people. That is number one. Number two, there is need for an improved community engagement so that our members of the public can also know their own role as far as this situation is concerned, because some of us are also indirectly assisting them. Thirdly, sir, government itself should be able to provide an avenue whereby scavengers will not operate solely in a private property. This is also encouraging these activities. The buying and selling of scraps should have procedures. Sir, we are only talking about recycling materials. There are some materials today that are not being recycled and are being sold on the streets of Ekiti State. Let me give you an example. Electrical cables. These scavengers go around cutting electrical cables. And we have entrepreneurs or traders selling used electrical cables on the street of Ekiti. How did they get it? If you steal and there are no places for you to sell it easily, you will not steal. We should also look at these people. We have some people today that are selling motor park scrap in private property. If a vehicle is stolen and is driven into that property, that is the end of it. They will butcher everything in that place. When you meet a mechanic today, we tell you we want to give you follow-come. What is follow-come? A property of someone that has been stolen, butchered, and resold to the public. We must not allow anybody to continue to sell a reused property or a scrap in a private property. Let us see all of them in a public place where government will have its own regulatory members or task force, so that even before you come and sell, you will pass through government to sell to somebody. So government will know what you are bringing. And lastly, before I sit, sir, that also has to do with the issue of government recycling plant itself. What stopped Ekiti State government from operating a functional recycling plant? It is not because we don't have. We have, but today it is not operating. Even where government recycling plant is, we now have a private plant. It's just as good as having a POS in front of a bank. That is the situation in Ekiti State. I think it was during Jonathan's regime that plant was established in Ekiti State. It functioned. There was a time at a function I raised it, and people from the Ministry of, and they said, no, that's not. Thereafter, I went to the, they told us that it was functioning, but I'm telling you, sir, it is not functioning. If we have our own private plant, sir, if I have any waste disposal or any used material in my house, I can pack them together and go to government recycling plant and sell them, as been done in Europe, and make money. Even members of the public themselves can make money from this activity, rather than leaving it solely to these people. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to comment. God bless you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Very wonderful submissions. Thank you. Your submissions are noted, and I can assure you that one of the very important things I got from your deduction is the need for having this agency equipped with the power to investigate and also prosecute. I think it's an angle we have missed, and I thank God their submission has thrown some light to that. And equally, the other submissions are also taken. You will agree with me that Rome is not built in a day. As fantastic as ideas might be, we have to start with the first step. And the first step is best start basic. And that's why we thank God for the system. It gives the ability to review and amend. So we're trying to start very basic. And if eventually we find that the need for more upgrades and improvements, we'll do further amendments to to make it functional. But it's a very big task. But one of our findings is that they are numerous. And one of the major challenges we have is that there are influx of these scavengers, not even within the Ekiti state, from neighboring states. You understand? So how do you take responsible metal scavengation in Ekiti state for a scavenger that is coming from Elisha or that is coming from Yamoye? You understand? So we have a lot of findings, like I've said, and which has led us to our proposals. But once we get to this next phase, we'll have more input and more submissions, I'm sure. Thank you very much. With that said, I think we should go over to the next item, which is a report on the progress we have made and our proposals. Oh yeah, call the slide. Okay, next page. Next page. Next page. Thank you. I think I've done an introduction, but I can go back to this. And for those of you who have a copy of the hard copy of the bill, you can follow. For those of you who don't have, you can also follow on the screen. So the purpose of the hearing, as I said, is to gather feedback and refine the bill for the benefit of all stakeholders, as earlier reiterated. So our key focus area in this bill is registration and licensing of the concerned, which is the operators. Then we're also looking at the possibility, because in our findings, we found out that they don't pay tax. And it's a big revenue loss for the state. A lot of these activities are highly valued. I learned that at the time, a kg of these waste materials runs for like 700 naira. I heard it's going close to thousands now. It's a very economical industry, and the state government really needs to look how to make revenue from their activities. So we have clauses around taxation and levies. We're also proposing operational guidelines. That is the operations of the activities of the operators. I'm sorry, I think this weather is quite dry. So the other focus area is offenses and penalties. And the final one is public awareness, because it is not the responsibility of only the police or the agency who's going to be in charge or honorable members. It is also the responsibility of citizens to also complement the efforts of all the stakeholders in achieving a smooth and itch-free society and environment. So it also behoves on whoever is going to be responsible to carry out public awareness on the laws and the activities that we will eventually agree to. Next slide. So we are going to take each of the clauses one by one, and as we are taking them, you will be able to make inputs to each of these clauses, and stakeholders will give feedback before moving to the next clause. Then finally, approval will be recorded after the deliberation. That is our format. So now, the part one of what we are proposing is to have a short title called Ekiti State Motor Bushers, Metal Scrap and Waste Scrap Operators Regulation Law. And the interpretation under the glossary for specific terms, the motor busher, the metal scrap operator, waste scrap operator, borrow, regulatory agency, and operational tax. We have them in the books with you. For the motor busher, we are saying it's any individual, organization, or group engaged in the dismantling, salvaging, and resale of vehicle parts for repair or scrap purposes. That is the motor busher. That is our definition for the motor busher. For the metal scrap operator, is any person or business involved in the collection, processing, sorting, or sale of sale scraps, whether ferrous or non-ferrous. The waste scrap operator is any individual organization engaged in the collection, sorting, and sale of recyclable materials, including plastics, paper, other waste for recycling. Okay, please, the translator, we have advised that those that do not understand English should sit together so that the Hausa translator can translate to them what we are saying. As of the point that we need contributions from you, if you need to say anything, the translator will equally translate for the whole gathering. And if it is Yoruba too, we need somebody from the association to also translate what we are saying to you in Yoruba. We will not be able to do translation today because it's going to slow us down, and we have a whole lot to do. You should find a translator amongst themselves. The Yoruba speaking people, do you have somebody that can translate to you, please? Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ìgbó ìbò tẹ́ pé Yorùbá lẹ́ ń sọ, ṣe lẹ́ni tó wà lọ́dọ̀ yín tó gbó ìbò tó lè máa sọ fún yín nǹkan tá à ń sọ. Ṣó lẹ́ni tó gbọ́ nǹkan tá à ń sọ? Is there anybody that does not hear English? Hausa? Please, I want to agree that the silence means everybody understands what we are saying. Thank you. Ṣé ẹni tó wà láàrin yín tó gbọ́ English? Ẹni tó bá gbọ́ English kó dúró tì yín kó máa sọ àwọn nǹkan tá à ń sọ fún yín. And if it is Hausa, you are the lawyer to you are representing who, please?
I am the legal advisor to the, I am the legal advisor to the scavengers, also to the bushers, motor bushers, Rewolede. So I believe that instead of us wasting time.
That is the Nasruddin?
Yes, and the
You are the advisor to Nasruddin?
I am their lawyer.
And also Rewolede motor bushers?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I believe that after this, we will still have meetings together on it. So there is no need of wasting that precious time. That is why I'm here.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
For Metal Scrap Association, do you have anybody that can speak Igbo to you? She's not responsible for Metal Scrap. She's responsible for... Metal scrap.
ẹ ṣeun sà ẹ kú jòkó.
Yes.
ìkan tó ń sọ ni pé ìkan tí my law tó sọ yìí á wèsì táàmù wa ká máa translate kìnní níbi síra wa tá a bá parí tán àwọn tí ò gbọ́ Yorùbá àwọn tó gbọ́ English wọn lọ máa sọ fún wọn pé ìkan báyìí la sọ ìkan báyìí la sọ instead of ká máa sọ káàkiri.
Ẹ ṣé gan baba, adúpẹ́. So I want to believe that we have all agreed to go ahead with English. Thank you very much. So, in continuation with our interpretation, we have interpreted the three operators that we are concerned with and their definition. So the Boru is the regulatory body or the agency that we will now say to monitor the activities of the operators. We're not going to be taking too much time on each of the clauses, but for this particular clause is important because when we are referring to regulatory agency, I want to believe that you should understand the definitions as we go forward in the document. So that's why I'm taking my time to talk about the definitions. So the regulatory agency, a department agency designated by the state government to implement and enforce the provisions of this law, while the operational tax is a levy imposed on registered operators to fund the administration, training, environmental protection, and enforcement under this law. Thank you. Part 2. So part 2 talks about mandate the functions of the bureaucracy. Establishment and administration of the bureaucracy. Thank you. So, for the Boru functions, we are proposing the regulation, the registration, compliance, monitoring, tax collection, training, and inspection services. Then we are also proposing regional offices and community collaboration. We are proposing that there should be a desk in all local government areas, and we are also proposing that there should be a desk in all security agency outfits. The purpose of this desk is that any scavenger or operator can find a comfortable place close to him to rendezvous. We are proposing that scavengers, as from here henceforth, need to register at any area of their activity. If any scavenger wants to come to Odoado, he or she must look for the closest police station, the closest civil defense office, the closest local government office, the closest police station, Amotekun, to register his or her presence and intention to carry out his business. And at the end of that program, he or she also must be ready to sign out that I have finished my business in this area. So we are proposing that the Boru is going to have desk at all these stakeholder locations. Our desk necessarily does not mean table or chair, but the desk implies the agreement of our security agencies to open up a register at any of these offices for the registration of the activities of these operators. I think this is clear to everybody. So the Baru, we are proposing the establishment that is going to be established to operate. We are proposing that the functions to regulate their activities, maintain a comprehensive and up-to-date data and registration of all the operators. To register the operators, the body will be dealing with only 3 known associations. Because those are the associations that we have identified. That's Naswadin, Metal Scrap Association, and Irewolede Motor Pushers Association. So it means that anybody who wants to do this business in our state, based on the position of this bill, must be registered with any of these 3 associations. That is one of the implications. And the operators, after registration with them, we come with evidence of registration to register equally with the Boru or the agency. They will be certified. There will be a certificate. There will be a certification from the agency of all operators within the state. The agency is going to keep a register of all operators within the state. We agree that they can associate. We don't want to limit anybody from association. And if eventually other association comes up, those associations can equally be identified and registered by the Boru or the agency. As Mr. Speaker,
Sorry, good morning, everyone. And sorry for the break. We know we have a lot that we are doing around the states, and I need some of the members of this committee to be in a particular, another program that has to do with the states. Well, I know the importance of what we are doing, so I will allow them to continue, but please, I enjoy your cooperation because I'm watching it online. Everything you are doing here is being watched all over, everywhere, so I was also following up. I believe that this is very important. What we are doing is very important, particularly for the sanity of our state, and we need a well-regulated society that is, and particularly the need for us to also rid our state of every form of criminal activity. So we need your more contributions. I love the contributions that I've been following since morning, and I believe that at the end of it all, we are going to have the best for our people, for the state. So thank you again for your cooperation and for your contributions to this. This is one thing that we have given to ourselves in the Ekiti State House of Assembly, particularly the 7th Assembly, that we will allow stakeholder engagement. We won't just come up with any law without the involvement of relevant stakeholders. Even beyond you seated here, we have other people who are also contributing online to this. We have a platform on our website now where what we call feedback, that people can also make contribution. We have it on our YouTube channel, we have it on our Facebook channel, so that for the contribution of all stakeholders. I thank you for your cooperation, I thank you for your inputs. At the end of it all, we know we have a better society called Ekiti State. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Please. Thank you very much. So please, to continue the discussion, like I've said, I want to believe all bodies that are here, I said bodies, not individuals, please. All bodies that are here has a copy or hard copy of this bill. If you don't have, please let me see your hand.
As a body, as a body.
Not individual, as a body. We have given to Landlords Association, we have given to Ministry of Environment, we have given to body. So what's your body, please? Okay. Sir? Recycler. Are you a part of any of the association? You're a private. Okay. Who else? Who else? I thought you raised your hand, sir. What's your body? Busha. We have given to Busha. Naswadin, we have given to Naswadin. Mentors, we have given to them. Your lawyer have, and we have given one to each of those organizations, so you can make copies for each other if you need. If there any other person, all the security agencies have this, please. Thank you. So please, to move ahead, I've talked about regulation, we've talked about registry. I want to believe that is an important part of the Boru or the agency. So please, the slide, can we go back to slide 3? Slide, establishment and administration of Boru. Slide 2, part 2. Okay, thank you. So we're talking about the offices, their presence. So what we are proposing is to have a desk in all these places I've earlier mentioned. And it's important that the operators will now register in the morning before they do any business in any part of our state at one of these designated offices. They are just to register, they are not to pay anything. They are just to go there, register, I'm so person. The registration number that is given will be part of what he has to put so that we can identify who is active where. If he or she, while being operational, needs also to put his eye down because he knows he's responsible for a lot of things once he's identified with that area. So that is one of the proposals. Then, engagement with traditional rulers, community leaders, other stakeholders. That's one of the items. I will open the floor for discussion on that, please. Any comment on that? Any comment on having our desk in all security outfit, local government office, police station, Amotekun office, civil defense office, Peace Corps office, all around the state, with a register for all operators to register before they commence their business and to register after they leave their business.
Like the last year when we have a meeting with some security officers then, we raised this issue that whosoever that wants to work as an agent or these scavengers or bushers, they have a limited time, like early in the morning, 7 to 6. And if you are working after that period, anything that you face the law. But raising the issue, we raise also that.
Ma'am, we are only unveiling. I want you to talk about what we have discussed.
What we are discussing is what I'm saying also, sir, that on this issue of registering, that it is better that we raise it in our midst, that it is better that all members of this association should be registered in their own book, then come to wherever the organization now organize that this is a desk. We register them with their passport, then you issue the certificate for them on that area. You know, that will be a means of identification. If anything happens at that area, you'll be able to recognize the person that has committed such offense.
Are you against what we have proposed?
Sir?
You are corroborating what we have proposed.
No, I'm supporting what you are proposing.
Okay, thank you.
You should create it like that, you know, when you are tracing this, if you say they should register with police alone, it won't be able to be traceable.
It's traceable. What we are proposing is the Boru supervises all the desk.
Yes, sir.
So what we are saying now is that the security agencies too have input in the activities of the scavengers.
Yes, sir.
So they also will know who and who is active in the environment.
What I'm saying. We are also saying the same thing, sir, that your names, that names that we register with the Boru, like you have said, maybe the environmental.
You now put it down in the register at each of those police.
Then those security officers, we have their own copies. Yes. Because anybody can come from Ilorin, come from Osun State, because they are our neighboring town. Just come in and register. They will think that they are working with us.
That is the duty of the Boru. Thank you very much. Noted.
Honorable Chairman, sir, members of the committee, I think it's not just enough to enact laws and bills, but we must look at the workability of those laws. Because if I got you right, sir, we are talking about these scavengers clocking in and clocking out. And from what the lawyer just said, they start their activities by 7 a.m.
That's another.
We are going to
we are
regulate
going
the
to
time.
get that
We are going to
area,
regulate the time. So I want to get a clarity on this issue. If a scavenger operating in a particular area wants to register, he or she goes to register with the civil defense in that area?
No.
The police?
The scavenger, we have started with regulation and registration. The Boru is responsible for the registration of all operators in the state.
All right.
The requirements the Boru will provide, part of the requirement is your previous registration with one of those identified associations.
Okay.
You understand? But after you have registered, the Boru keeps the master register database of all operators in the state. But you as an operator, when you are going to operate, when you get to Ado, you want to go and scavenge in Ado, you have to go to the nearest police station or the nearest local government office or the nearest. We are making it easy by having this desk in all these places so that there won't be a complaint of not having somewhere to register with or show that I'm active here.
Okay. So that taking. So I want to make it a bit, well, if I can contribute in this manner. Having registered, those living within the specified area of operation, how do they identify that these people have been given the leeway to operate in my environment? The community members should also be able to know that this person is registered. Yes. Because registering is just between the operator and the security agency.
Yes.
But the people in that environment, to be able to identify those that have been registered, there should be a means of identification where the uniform and the identification card comes in.
Yes.
Sir, recently, just a few days ago, the Bureau of Home Intelligence, the Bureau of Community Communication, and the Ekiti State Waste Management Authority came together, and together with civic orientation, we came together to have an interaction with this body, these operators. And it was there they were informed that there is a designed form already for them to obtain from the state with which they will operate. So I don't know how this comes into what we are doing now, so that we can just streamline both activities and get...
You can come up with your, can submit. So we'll look at it too. And
okay, that will be for those. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. So please, Pastor. For clarity's sake, if you look at restriction of operators, you see that part of your is answered. But I just don't want us to take all the details of the document one by one. So I just want us to iron out critical areas so that we can speed up on time. Yeah. Pastor, yeah.
Thank you, the chairman. I'm a recycler. That is, I buy collected materials from the group of people. And this group of people are referred to as Daba. That is the language we are using currently. Daba. So it's not an English language. So this Daba have heads in all the units where they are. And nobody goes out collecting material anywhere without coming out from one Daba.
If you are trying to let us know the existing structure, we have lost faith in that. That's why we are coming to regulating the activities. So we have created the opportunity where they can operate themselves and create a clean and clear environment for us. We have seen that they don't have the capacity or the willingness to do that. So that's why we are doing this. So we are not ready to take the structure or the existence of how they operate. We are setting a standard that they must operate.
Okay.
Are you clear, sir?
Yes, what I'm trying to say, sir, is that how to make the registration simple. That
each operator will register himself. You must go to the agency and register yourself as an individual. If you don't have the requirement to register, then you cannot operate in Ekiti State. That's the meaning.
Okay. Well, I think it will be simpler. Everyone will register, but they belong to a group for proper monitoring. These people, when they go out like that, they have somewhere they go out in the morning and come back in the evening. So they sell to those the DABA operators. So even though they register with government, they will be easily monitored by the DABA head at each unit. I don't know whether you...
yes, they can still keep that arrangement amongst themselves. Okay. But it does not obligate what we are proposing. You understand? Yes. They can work in groups, but all the groups that is working, if there are 10 in the group, all that 10 must be registered. If any of them is caught at the point of business and not registered, it will be exposed to the penalty of the law. Yes. You understand? So they can still work. They can still work as groups,
masters,
in whichever way it's seamless for them to operate. But so far they meet up with the provisions of this law
at individual level.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To toe the line of the last speaker, Minister of Waste Management, are you aware of any organization called DABA? He just mentioned that he buys from DABA. Are you aware that any organization or a body called DABA? You are not aware. And you are in charge. You've been in charge. You can see now that you are not in charge. Sorry? Maybe they are not legally recognized. Okay, a further question to that. Are you aware of the existence of this man's company, this pastor? Pastor, sorry, you say your company is located by the side of. Sorry. Okay, no problem.
Registration. You have started registration with them. Please see that you be recognized, please. You have the floor.
Hello, speaker. Best speaker from Wakosoro. Thank you, Mr. Sharma. There's no way we do this thing without involving all this community. Each community in Ado here, they have association and they have community leaders. They do meet, I think, every last Saturday of the month. That's one approach. Maybe either the bureau or the agency or whatever they want to use need to visit these people and create awareness. That's number one. Or we invite the chairman and let them know what is going on, because they need to know the people that need the operators that will operate with their street or whatever.
And that's the Borough's activity. Once the Borough is empowered by law, the Borough will do all the awareness and public awareness of itself. You understand? Once, if it is the waste management agency is saddled with the responsibility to do public awareness. It's it's the part 5 of our proposal. You understand? You must do public awareness campaign. You must visit other stakeholders. You must show them the existence of this law and why anybody can be punished by it. So, please, lawyer. Barrister.
As at last week, we had meetings with the bureau and with all these my management boards, and they gave us some form to fill. I noticed one thing, sir. I stand to be corrected, sir. I noticed that first and foremost, sir, before we are ready for any laws that comes from your side, but I will prefer that the organizations involved with us, working with us, should meet together and end up with a document, laws. Both of you, I'm sorry, sir, both your organizations, the committees, and all parastatals that have meetings with us, come together. Just propose your proposed law. Give it to us. We are ready to cooperate in as much that the Irewolede Motor Bushers Associations, they are ready, in which I am their lawyer, and we do have meetings together. And any letters that they have, they used to communicate it back to me and advise them equally. When those funds were given to them, I advised them, feel it. Let me be aware of it.
Sorry,
and what I'm trying to say is this.
I want to get you, please. What you are saying that I think I'm getting is,
Gentle, sir.
you want us to give you this, you want us to give you this bill for you and other stakeholders to go and study?
No, sir.
Is that what you are saying?
No, sir. I want you, the committees and the stakeholders, to be on the same page and come back to us.
We are trying to be on the same page. That's the purpose of the public hearing.
That is why I said, both of you right now, because there are some laws given unto us right now, which they can't say we have disobeyed. We are following. So we don't want it to be...
Not wrong. It is not wrong that the agency is trying to manage or administer your activities. You understand? They have told us here that it is their duty and their responsibility.
Yes, sir.
But it also does not cancel what we are saying.
Yes.
What we are saying is most of the things that has been previously done has failed because the result, which is the response of the people, is not reducing, it is increasing. And it is dropping at our desk. So it means that all previous effort is not effective. So, and in our proposal to make these things effective, that's what we are working on now. It does not stop what they are doing. The only stop to what they are doing is from the day this becomes law, it puts a stop to whatever they are doing. They also will also not pursue you on whatever they have been pursuing you on before, upon the passage of this law. So it does not stop what we are doing. All we need to do is to understand what we are proposing, agree to it, and we move forward.
Sir, I'm grateful, sir. You said something just now, sir. You said, outcome of this, we put a stop. That is why I raised this.
Please, I will want to, there's a commissioner, please. Honorable Commissioner, sir. Honorable Commissioner, sir, please. I want to get your policy statement before you go. Because I know you must have other engagements. Please, like we have said, we have requested to have our desk for this borough at all the offices of the police, civil defense, Amotekun, Peace Corps. I want your confirmation of the possibility of this, sir.
Honorable member of this well-respected chamber, also the committee chairman, other honorables who are seated here, fellow colleagues from other sister security agencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have seen this bill. I think it's a welcome development. It will actually assist security agencies in curbing crime, because every scrap dealer is, with apology anyway, we see them as a potential thief. They don't really do clean business. And allowing them to start roaming about, we further heighten this propensity to steal. But when you regulate them, like what you are doing now, it will go a long way to bring sanity into this particular aspect of business that people do. We know, especially in Abuja, there are areas where sometimes they call the partaker. If you have things to sell, whether scraps or otherwise, you take them to this particular place for sale. Not for people to be going about and looking for who is not at home and jump dwarf fence and pick whatever they like and then disappear into thin air. With this regulation, you will discover that those who ordinarily would have been going out to steal, will now be conscious of their activities and they may be forced to obey the law. And again, if the police or other security agencies apprehend them, if the police or other security agencies apprehend them, there's now a document, a law that we cannot prosecute them. And I know, if they know that the penalty is severe, it will serve as a deterrent for them and others who want to emulate them. That is why we are fully in support of this bill, sir. Thank you, Your Honorable, sir.
Thank you very much. But you have still omitted my question. Part of the proposal of this bill is to have a desk. The desk necessarily is not a desk, but the ability to use your police stations, offices, as a point of registration for the activities of these operators.
Yes, sir. We can do that simply. Very, you know, we in every local government, we have a police divisions. Some local governments will even have more than one divisions. And of course, we still have outposts here and there. It's for us to just send a directive to them, a signal, telling them what to do on aspects like that. That you open a register for them, that when they come, the register them, probably profile them, and they know that they are around their area and monitor what they are doing. And when they finish, they should come back there and tell them, this is what we were able to do for today, and then they move on. I think it's a simple thing for us to do.
Thank you. Having done that, please, I think I might allow you to leave.
Thank you very much, Your Honorable.
Sister agencies, I want to believe if nobody opposes that submission, I want to believe we are on the same page on that. Thank you very much. Okay, somebody is raising up. Okay, ma'am, please.
On it. Press the button.
It's working.
I can speak with my voice. I want to say something on what Pastor had said. He said something that they buy from Dama. I believe all these people use languages for their groups. Yeah. So I might be coming from Dama, he might be coming from Nama or anywhere. What I would just suggest here this morning is let every scavenger, every scrap metal dealers, let them register under their unit first. The unit heads should be responsible for the registration of all their members at every level. For example, I am working with Nama. I'm just using that as an example. I have 10 members. Definitely, at the end of every month, I should be able to report to the office of the NSCDC, office of Amotekun, police, and all security agencies that I have 10 members now registered under me for this month. So I think that will upgrade the level of registration. Because if we say every metal dealers, every scavenger should come and register, we have a lot of them that they cannot even express themselves. Not talk of getting to the station and saying this is what we want. But if you belong to a body, the body should be responsible for your registration. Granted an ID card under that. Then, secondly, orientation, like Mommy said, we have to orientate these people. Enacting a bill is very, very easy, but telling them how to go about it. We should make it maybe, if it's not possible, it's a monthly thing, it should be a quarterly thing. Telling them, let them know what, they move every month. So I think the ministry or department on that, about community communications, should be able to meet with these people regularly. And my own submission this morning, sir, is we should create a market for them, not roaming around the communities.
Thank you very much. I want to agree that you have supported me in several ways, because what I see that you have done mostly is the need for ownership for whoever is going to manage the activities or regulate the affairs. There must be ownership. That is what is important. Because I'm not against waste management agency, but whoever must regulate these activities must be deliberate. And that's why we are deliberate. Media, this is sounding somehow. We have to be deliberate. We have to be deliberate about what we want to do. And that's why we are going out of our ways to come up with it. It might be a little bit limiting. It might be a little bit hard. But I want to tell you that in any free environment where things come easy, then criminality operates easily. So what we are doing is we are checkmating the excesses of the system so that the criminals too can buckle. So thank you very much. Please, I want us to, because we still have a lot to do, and I want us to wrap up quickly, please.
Am I permitted to sit?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I want to appreciate the contribution from the last speaker. Looking at the registration part 3 of this bill on registration, taxation, and operational guidelines. I think under operational guidelines...
We are supposed to go there, so why don't you wait till we get there?
Sorry?
We are still getting there, so...
Okay, we're not yet there. Okay.
We're in part 2.
Okay. Maybe I should rest my
So that we just... thank you. So I want us, what we have agreed on our understanding and agreement on part 2, office regulation of the activities, the registration is going to be carried out by the agency. We are not saying the association should not register them. In fact, registration with association is one of the prerequisites if you look at what we are proposing. If you come with any association registration that is out of these 3, that association now needs to come and register with the agency. Except a company, private limited liability company that are registered with CAC. Those are identified sources of registration, either venture or limited liability company. You can come and register directly with the agency. But if you are not registering through these sources, if you are registering as an individual, you have to be a member of one of those 3 associations. So you have to go through the rigor of registering with that association. Then the association registration will now aid you to register with the Boru or with waste management agency. You understand? So this, our master list, is going to be shared with all security agencies. If you are coming to register, if your name is not on the master list, they can even arrest you in the police station. Most of the operations of the agency will develop it. But these ideas are to curtail the possibility of even the criminal thinking of going to operate. So it means that our people too, in any environment, when they accost you, once you don't have the emblem, you don't have the ID card, you are arrestable. The people can charge you and arrest you based on the law that we're going to have. So when the criminal knows that he's exposed to all these orders, I want to believe he should limit or reduce the possibility of the operations or the activities of the criminals. And also our operators, you have to bear in mind, because it is because this environment is fruitful for criminals. That's why they have existed in that environment for so long. This EU, I've been a baby since when I've been hearing of vandals, scavengers, EUs. And if up to this period in time, we are still faced with this challenge, it even means that the society is not developing. So if we want everything comfortable for ourselves, there's not going to be any development. I want to assure us. If we want everything seamless, and there won't be... In Lagos State, before they started limiting or reducing the EUs of collapse, they had to put stringent conditions on construction. It is not to limit those people that are operating in that business, but it's to save the lives of those people that are dying every day from collapsed buildings. So if we here are not ready to put stringent conditions on the activities of these people that is giving us sleepless nights, we won't move forward. So and that's why we are looking at it. Yes, one of the stages, this is one of it. We are coming up with others. This is one of it. Anybody who has the interest of Ekiti State at heart should be ready to identify himself anywhere he wants to do business. You understand? The mechanics in Ekiti State, they have a law. When you are going out to anywhere to go and carry a motor, you will put on the apron, you identify yourself that I am so person. So all we are trying to do here is we are trying for the operators to identify themselves. Though it might be a little bit hard, but please, I think we should be able to bear with this. So please, with this, I want to believe that we have a passage on this part 2. Thank you. Part 3, please. So we are continuing with the mandatory registration. That's with the agency, and annual renewal. The registration will be annually. If you have done for this year, if the year ends next year, they will do. But we're going to put a caveat that the value for registration is going to be small. It's not going to be any amount that is too stringent on the operators. The idea is not only about money making, but also to make the environment easy for our people. So the second bullet is membership in recognized associations. Like I've said earlier, you have to be registered with an association if you're registered as an individual. But if you're registered as a company, you come with your CAC certificate, either as a venture or as a limited liability company. Then operational tax structure. We are proposing that they should be able to pay taxes. For those people that are in the Elegbe Ujegbe Association, we are classifying them as small scale at 50,000. For those that the agency will class as medium scale, 100,000. For those that will be large scale, 200,000. That's an operational tax. Operational fee. Yeah. Any? Okay.
Sir, I think I was actually referring to registration, and you said we are not discussing that, and that is what I want us to place premium and emphasis on national ID card.
National
the
ID.
NIN.
Yes.
Because in the
yes.
course of our interactions, we learned that some of them do have their association ID card and all that, but that some of them don't have NIN.
Yes.
I think we should be emphatic on that because it's the moral obligation of every Nigerian. We don't want foreigners to come into our environment and operate and run away and get across our borders. They commit crimes and they disappear into thin air. So we want, because once you are registered with the NIN, it connects you with the BVN. So there's no way if you commit any crime, it will be traceable. So I want us to be emphatic on this registration with NIN, and this, which is a design already in that form that those 3 agencies have come up with. That's what I wanted to bring up the other time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mom. Thank you. So with that, I want part 3 is done with. Any dissenting?
In this assignment, because she mentioned it, on civic orientation. Because you see, when we want people to take ownership of a venture or an idea or a concept or even a law, the moment you are able to carry them along and you're able to sensitize them on why you need it, it's for their own good also. Because they have a thriving business and we don't want any criminal to come and corrupt and pollute your whatever. So we need also a consistent, which I have already submitted to the committee, for us to engage them regularly, like she said, to reorientate them.
We captured your inclusion because this is a product of all your inputs. This is developed from all your inputs. So we captured awareness and orientation at section 12, part 5. So for part 3, I want to believe we are any dissenting opinion? Okay. You can speak any language, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and other members of the House. My name is Igwe Christian. I want to ask on this task or the registration. So I don't know if maybe I'm in a group that fall under the particular amount that we say we should pay annually. Then some of us that have maybe registered our business, and there is a tax that we are paying in every month, and some of us, we are paying a revenue, which some revenue every year annually, they are collecting such amount of money. I don't know if after paying all this one, should we be paying that one too together? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The revenue, which revenue are you paying? Board of Internal Revenue. That's as an association.
No. Not association.
No.
No. Individually, maybe from a government.
Are you a member of any association?
Yes.
What association?
Naswadin.
Naswadin.
But they don't allow us to pay together with the association, because more especially they started it last year. They said that we should be paying individually. I'm from Ekiti precisely.
Okay, so the Ekiti State Board of Internal Revenue, you are paying taxes to Ekiti State Board of Internal Revenue. Is that what you are saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We will harmonize that. Any other person, please? Okay.
Please, good afternoon, sir. I want to talk about the issue of boys as working in outside.
Issue of
boys. I know say as I did now, I have boys to work for me. And them is supposed to pay tax, and them go register to under the security.
Okay, thank you. What we are saying is, if anybody wants to operate as an individual, you have to register.
If a master register, you register to them.
Nobody can work under there. So you have only a single seat registration, which is an individual.
Yes.
So if you want to have 20 boys,
it
means you have to register the 20 boys.
Okay. And secondly, sir, I want to add that the issue of if you want to register, you must register to all the security agency. All the top boys, now you go register to all the security agency or matter.
I didn't get Ellie, so you're about to clearer.
I said, ṣé ẹjẹ sọ Yorùbá mo ní ṣé ọmọ tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ lọ́ndà ọ̀gá ṣé òun náà tún máa rẹ́gísítà nígbà tó sọ pé ó gbọ́dọ̀ rẹ́gísítà lọ́ndà security wípé ṣé gbogbo àtọ̀gá àtọmọṣẹ́ náà ló máa rẹ́gísítà lọ́ndà security ni sà.
Ok, nǹkan tá à ń sọ nìyí tí ọ̀gá iṣẹ́ ẹni tó fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ tó níṣẹ́ tó bá fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ tó bá fẹ́ wọ àdúgbò wa láti wá nǹkan ṣe yín
Bẹ́ẹ̀.
tó fẹ́ wá ṣiṣẹ́ ní any premises ní
Bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ekiti state
Bẹ́ẹ̀.
ó gbọ́dọ̀ register.
Okay.
Tó bá ní ọmọọṣẹ́ tó ṣiṣẹ́
Bẹ́ẹ̀.
tó ní ọgbà fún wọn
Bẹ́ẹ̀.
tó ń bá ń kó ẹrù jọ nínú ọgbà ẹ̀
Bẹ́ẹ̀.
tó ń ṣe kò sí èyí tó kàn wá pẹ̀lú ẹ̀.
Okay.
But ọmọọṣẹ́ yẹn
Bẹ́ẹ̀.
tó bá fẹ́ jáde wá sáàárín ìgboro
Bẹ́ẹ̀.
kó wá ṣiṣẹ́
Bẹ́ẹ̀.
ó gbọ́dọ̀ wà registered.
Bẹ́ẹ̀.
Tó bá fẹ́ lọ́mọ 20
Bẹ́ẹ̀.
tó fẹ́ tẹ̀lé wá sáàárín ìgboro ó gbọ́dọ̀ register 20 yẹn.
Ìyẹn ìkan. Èkejì sà, ẹ̀jẹ̀ má bínú sà o. Ṣé ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn ọmọọṣẹ́ yẹn ṣé station tó bá wà ní àbá ibi tó ti fẹ́ lọ ṣiṣẹ́ ṣé ibẹ̀ lọ́ máa register sí? Ẹ mọ̀ pé nǹkan tó jẹ́ mi béèrè ni wípé.
Gbogbo station tó wà lẹ́kìtì state lénìí
Bẹ́ẹ̀.
láti lè register àti àmọ̀tẹ́kùn o àti civil defence o àti peace corps o àti local government o èyí tó bá ti súnmọ́ ẹ jù.
Ẹ máa gbọ́ mi sà, ẹ̀jẹ̀ má bínú sà. Ṣé rí àwọn ọmọ ọ̀dọ́ wa? Ẹ mọ̀ pé olúkálùkù wọn ó máa ń jáde. Ẹlòmí lè wà, ó lè wà láti bíbí báyìí kó rìn dé bírò Adébáyọ̀ lọ́hùn yẹn. Tẹ́ pé police station kan wà bẹ́ẹ̀ tó dẹ̀ ti register nírú bí station tó wà ní àbá bíbí báyìí tó wá ń rìn dé irú Adébáyọ̀ ti police station bírò housing police station. Ṣé ó tún máa tún débẹ̀ náà? Ó máa lè sọ pé mo tún fẹ́ register ni torí ibi tàbí station kan.
Àmàdé bẹ̀ yẹn a ní ibi tó máa solve problem bẹ̀ yẹn àmàdé bẹ̀. But àwa ti question yẹn
àwọn ọ̀dọ́ wa ẹ̀kọ́ máa ń jáde
phase.
lóríṣiríṣi láti pé kán lọ ṣe kí ni kán lọ ṣiṣẹ́ ni.
Àdé bẹ̀ yẹn má worry. Next phase about answer question yẹn. Please ma, please, I think you have an input.
On the operational guidelines on section 9, under part 4,
Okay.
we talked about the activities shall take place on designated days of the week.
And we have not gotten there. That's why I'm saying we are.
You said, are we done with part 3? You said, are we done? It's under
I
part
said
3.
we done, and they are still responding.
Oh, that's
So
not-
I want us to finish on part 3, get their consent.
Okay,
You'll see that.
on those security agencies that he talked about, is it going to be all the security agencies domiciled in that environment or just one of
Any
it?
environment you are.
I take it. Maybe in my environment now, maybe I'm in Iloro area. We have the Amotekun there.
No, once you have registered with one of them, it suffices.
That's the clarity of that.
Once you have registered with one of them, it suffices.
It's for the-
If another person accosts you, all you need to say is, I have registered with so person. The person can decide to take you there and verify, or can rely or trust your submission. But at least we have that caveat. Okay.
Now, I'm a motor pusher, I'm a member of a motor pusher association who is duly registered.
A member of
motor pusher association.
Okay.
Who is duly registered with my association. Now, supposing I'm going to, I was invited to Ijan or any part of a state to come and buy vehicle because we used to buy vehicle. So are we going to register with the police in the police office there before going to the?
Yes. Well, if you want to go and buy a vehicle in Ijon, that street that you want to go and carry that vehicle, look for the closest of these people we are talking about, civil defense, Amotekun. Go and tell them that you are so person. This is my registration details. I want to come and buy a vehicle here. You register with them. When you have buy the vehicle, when you are going with the vehicle, you will still go back there and tell them, I have carried the vehicle, you register with them.
Which means this law banned all Ekiti states.
Or anywhere in Ekiti state.
Every part of it.
Any part of Ekiti state.
There will be a fixed amount to registered home.
No, they are not paying money to register.
Sir, it's impossible, sir. We are sorry. Let's talk on reality, sir. I'm sorry, sir. It's impossible. Whenever you said they should go to a police station to register, millions of naira, they must drop something for registration. Let's be sincere. This is not a theory area right now, sir. Let's be practical. Let's be practical, sir. When they are getting out of our door right now, registered, paying such amounts of money, sir. And also, like I've said earlier, that was why I said your committee and the board should sit together and come back with a law.
Madam, I have answered you. Please don't go back to that.
No, what I'm trying to say is this.
We cannot draw the activities of this committee back. We are beyond that, please.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah. But on what you have just said, I don't believe the Nigerian Police Force or any of these agencies is going to charge you any sum for coming to register your activities with them. Please, we are in a public hearing, and all what you have said, all what we are saying, is being listened to everywhere, all over the world. So please, I will advise that we are cautious with our submissions. The Nigerian Police Force or any of our security agencies, they are here to help us. If peradventure there is any need to comfort the system when you are with them, I don't think that should be something we are spelling out in a bill, that you should pay so amount. If anybody wants to force an amount, even if we agree with you and fix 1,000 naira for you to go and register, if they still say that you want to do 1 million naira business, the same person is not limited to the 1,000 naira. You can still say, give me something more than the 1,000 naira. So I don't believe that what we are going to do is going to be the duty of the Bureau to manage the relationship of the police and these our offices and the desk and our operators. So I don't think we should have any issue. And if we have such complaints, the Bureau too will also bring it back to the administration. Then we also take it up. But that should not limit our operations, please. Thank you. I'm going to take only one more after you, please. Thank you.
Orúkọ mi ni Vice Chairman Metal Scrapper. My chairman, tí èmi try láti béèrè ni pé ṣé every day ni a máa kó àwọn wa lọ sí station láti lọ bá register before ká tó jáde ni àbí ìjọ tá a bá ti register báyìí tó kọ́ wa ti wà ń bẹ̀ báyìí ọmọọṣẹ́ tí mo mí ní iye ta ní ní ṣé ìyẹn náà ni àbẹ́ every day tó wáyé pé every day ni my chairman ẹ dákun ẹ jọ̀ọ́ o yóò torí ibi àwa wà ó jìnnà sí police station láti association ká máa kó àwa lọ́wọ́ ìjọ tẹ bá ti sọ báyìí. Kọ́mọ̀ jẹ́ every day sir my chairman.
Yes, ẹ gbọ́ àní pé ibi tẹ bá wà àní tẹ bá ti fẹ́ lọ ṣiṣẹ́ níbì kan ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ń ṣiṣẹ́ ni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sir.
Tẹ bá ti fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ ní street house of assembly ń bì.
Okay sir.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn tó wà ń bẹ̀ mọ̀ pé ẹ fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ mẹ́ nǹkan tá à ń sọ nìyẹn. Ojoojúmọ́ lẹ́dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ máa ṣe. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ láti fi mọ́ra kí àwọn èèyàn wa bá lè rí ilé gbé. Tó bá jẹ́ sacrifice tẹ fẹ́ ṣe kí àdúgbò wa kó lè ní ìsinmi mi ò rò púpọ̀ jù. Okay, the last person please.
Tí àwọn yẹn ti ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti ẹ̀kọ́ tó dà ń pẹ́ tí answer question sir.
Okay.
That in a situation whereby ẹni tó ń ṣàlẹ̀ láti Adébáyọ̀ lọ sí Ajílósùn. Now,
mo ti answer ẹ sir.
Ṣé wọ́n máa restrict operational area àwọn sí area tó ti register?
Kò restrict ẹ sir, mo ti answer ẹ. Àmọ́ ti dá wọ́n ti sọ mo ti answer ẹ. Àní tó bá register ní Ajílósùn, o ti wá rìn dé Adébáyọ̀. Tí wọ́n bá challenge Ládébáyọ̀, wàá sọ fún wọn pé o ti register ní Ajílósùn. But mind you, it is now depending on ẹni tó challenge yẹn láti sọ pé òun fẹ́ lọ confam. So tó bá dé débi tó ti confam tó o bá register tó tọ́ o ti lu òfin nìyẹn o. Ètò dẹ̀ kéré jù lọ fún wa 6 months ni. Lawyer man, Minister of Justice, you just came. Please, I will take only you, please.
I'm sorry I came in a bit late. I was in court. I was just going to chip in a point at that, what you just said now. I think there should be some identification documentation that will be
Yes.
given to them
Yes.
at the point of registration.
Yes, yes.
Not that somebody will go over and confirm.
No,
if you
no.
know what people face.
Sorry, because you just came. The registration of membership is different from the registration for activities.
Yes,
What we are
I'm
saying,
when you go to register for activity, there should be a little document given to
You will have, that's
at
the-
that point of registration for activity, that anybody that sees you and challenges you, you can produce it, that this is me and I have been registered in the nearby place. And
well,
it must be document that cannot be easily forged. I'm sorry.
But that might make it cumbersome.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, please. This submission is very, very good. But like I've also said earlier, I want us to start very basic. You understand? We cannot create a super motto in a day. It must be gradual. So instead of taking up activities that will make the design not work, it is better we start basic. You understand? So that because if I say we should take your submission now, we will now need the Boru to now start circulating identification materials to all police stations. So I want the Boru to grow to that level. If the Boru sees that the activities warrant now that we should have such, or by pocket of incidents that they have been able to record, then we can decide to do an upgrade. And the Boru is empowered to manage itself. You understand? They are empowered to make regulations, to regulate its activities. I think I'm clear with that.
I'm sorry. Maybe because we have had interaction recently. So some of the things that came up is what I'm trying to enlighten us further on. Because what she just said is very germane. Because if they're not going to be operating only just on a street.
Mind you, ma, the person that we're talking about already under legislation and regulation is wearing an identification cloth already. That person is carrying the ID card of both Naswadi and the certification of the Boru. So there are other mediums of verification.
Identification.
So the only,
are they carrying it along every day they are going to
have
operate?
to carry it along. They have to be with it.
Because we must be careful of challenging some of these scavengers, most especially those that don't understand our language. I had
Anybody that does not understand our language cannot operate in our society because you need to communicate with the person you want to buy. If you cannot communicate, you don't do business here. If the person you are talking about, how does he want to tell the person, I want to buy this, I want to buy this? If you are saying you cannot communicate.
those that pick on the roads, these scavengers that come into streets and pick, some of them speak Hausa language. They speak other languages that people in that environment don't understand. I had an encounter, an experience like that in my street.
And that's what we are still saying, man. Because of the lapses, it's a lapses. Communication is essential.
Which I was trying to address.
It's essential. And it's a lapses on the part of the operator that he cannot communicate. But that lapses cannot limit the efficiency of our system.
We understand. We are trying to see how the system can help us tackle that challenge. And that is why
let's still limit.
I'm suggesting.
Let's limit the operation of classes of operators like that. You understand? Under having somebody to go along with them or other methods.
Not going along with them, but they should carry their means of identification.
Yes, no, that's what we are saying.
And they should not carry leather weapons.
No, nobody is permitted to carry leather weapons.
They carry daggers.
So those are the things that the law is going to curb. Anybody that carries weapons is also, sorry, please, that's another, thank you. Okay, thank you. Sir, you have said, we have to move over. What are you, is it about what we are saying?
Sir?
Orúkọ mi ni Isiaka Jimoh, chairman fún àwọn Bushal Ekiti. Gbogbo nǹkan tí wọ́n yẹn sọ, mo ń gbọ́ látàárọ̀, but àwọn ìṣòro wa díẹ̀ tí mo fẹ́ sọ fún yín ni pé ṣe rí mọ́tò tá à ń rà bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sọ pé ká máa lọ rẹ́gísítà lórí ọ̀rọ̀ táàkì lórí ọ̀rọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀. Ṣe rí tí bá dẹ̀ wálẹ̀ fún wa díẹ̀ ó máa lágbára jù fún wa. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn tí dẹ̀ ń ṣe ń bíbà yìí àlejò ni wọ́n wá lọ́yọ̀ọ́ Ọ̀ṣun gangan káàkiri. Even gan ọjà tá à ń rà tí wọ́n ju agbára wa lọ. Níyì àti mo wà yìí, níyì ọdún tá a wà yìí, mo rí tó ìlàjì èèyàn tí ò lè wá mọ́ pẹ̀lú price tó high. Torí tá a bá ti tú mọ́tò yẹn, ó ti fẹ́ máa bá tòkunbọ̀ mu pẹ̀lú price gan. Omi ti fẹ́ máa ju tòkunbọ̀ lọ, ẹlòmíì ò lè rí ọjà yìí tà mọ́. So ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ taxi tó wà ń gbòòrò lẹ́ni, mo lè fọ́ sọ̀yà pé ọlá Abuja ni. Torí ẹlòmíì bá ti park. Mo bá tọrọ kọ́ bọ̀, ẹlòmíì ò rí 50,000 jẹ́ lórí mọ́tò kan. Ẹlòmíì ò rí 40,000 nítorí mo wà wí àdáadáa bá ṣe ń tu, bó mo bá ṣe ń tu bá ṣe ń tà. Tá a bá tu tán, price tí ń tà ó ti fẹ́ lé ju tòkunbọ̀ gan lọ. So ìdí èyí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa la ti ní problem sára. Tírú eléyìí bá tó dé tá a bá jábọ̀ nílé, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tí ẹ̀ ní ilé fẹ́ dé kí tí wọ́n bá gbé Èkìtì yọ ọ̀họ̀ ni pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ ọjà táǹtà. Èyí tí èmi kàn rí pé a fẹ́ sọ jù ni pé àwọn tó ń jalè bọ́ọ̀lù wọn sì bá wa ṣẹ́gun wọn lẹ́kìtì jẹ́ ń jí mọ́tò.
Àti gbàdúrà tó bàbá.
Ọlọ́run á gbà.
Iṣẹ́ la fẹ́ ṣe báyìí.
Action
la fẹ́ báyìí.
Iṣẹ́ tá a fẹ́ ṣe yìí, ilé fẹ́ kí ẹrù yóò le jù fún àwọn èèyàn wa.
Bàbá ẹ ṣe rí ẹrù tá a gbélé yín lórí báyìí. Ta ìgbélé yín tí mo rí tá a gbélé yín lórí ń bì. Òun ni fún ẹ̀yin tẹ jẹ́ ọmọọṣẹ́ metal station, òun ni 50,000 lọ́dún. Tẹ bá ti ní ẹ lè san owó orí 50,000 lọ́dún, iṣẹ́ wo èló ni owó orí tó ń gbà lọ́wọ́ yín báyìí? Èló lẹ̀ ń san lọ́wọ́ báyìí fún Èkìtì fún EKRS? Torí mo pé ẹ lè san less than 90,000 100,000 fún EKRS. Àti tẹ́pẹ́ ẹ̀ sanwó orí ló kù.
À ń sanwó.
Èló lẹ̀ ń san?
Those days last be 2-3 years ago, àmọ́ san ní
èló lẹ̀ ń san?
Papọ̀ ní ẹnìkọ̀ọ̀kan wa báyìí níbí báyìí sí 20,000 là ń san revenue.
Ara àwọn EKRS kan ti dáhùn lẹ́kàn pé EKRS ò gbà kẹ́ sanwó pọ̀.
À ń sanwó. À sanwó last year gan.
Ṣé that is mẹ́ta.
Ṣé lórí mọ́tò kọ̀ọ̀kan àbí?
Owó orí pẹ̀ ń ṣiṣẹ́.
À ń san. Ọdún là ń san.
Èló lẹ̀ ń san lọ́dún?
Lórí ẹnìkọ̀ọ̀kan wa ń gbà yẹn, a rí oní 30, 25 oríṣiríṣi bọ́ bá ṣe lágbára sí ni.
So ibi tí.
Tọdún tá a ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ January àti ìsan ibi January la wà yìí.
Ẹnìkan yìí sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́ tá a bá ti rẹ́dà pé yín àti rọ́wọ́ yín.
Ibi January la wà yìí.
Ara mi ò sọ pé kẹ́ sanwó ń sìn, mo ń sọ pé ṣe máa ń san.
A máa ń san.
Èló lẹ̀ ń san ẹni bíi 25,000 èèyàn kan.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àbí?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So ẹnìkan ti mention náà lẹ́ẹ̀kan mo ti nóò tẹ̀ ń bì mo la máa reconcile wages yìí pẹ̀lú EKRS. So irú ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá ní agreement pẹ̀lú wọn láti sanwó pọ̀ báyìí plus 50,000 wa yìí kò ní mú yín. Ṣó ti yé yín? But a ní ìdìbò àwọn kan náà wà tán ní cylinder ẹrù plus yín yẹn tán gbọ́dọ̀ lè máa san owó orí òun la fi ní ìdẹ̀ nínú lọ́ọ̀ wa.
Ẹyọ kọ̀ọ̀kan la máa ń san. A máa ń san lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan ni.
Ẹ̀yọ̀ kan ló máa ń san.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan gba receipt ni.
So irú yẹn báyìí a reconcile pẹ̀lú EKRS ẹ má worry. So a ní gbé ẹrù tó pọ̀ jù lẹ́yìn lórí ní ibẹ̀ yẹn.
The first man here. On red here. Red, yes. What your
lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí orúkọ mi ni Sari Gafari five chairman metal scrap. My chairman ẹ̀bẹ̀ tá à ń bẹ̀ ṣe rí tá a bá lè ṣe àwa ní conference meeting ní Jíbówú ní tí àwọn mẹ́nẹ́jì ní orúkọ dáàdì yìí tọ́jú fìlà àjọ wa ń bẹ̀ ni dédé tá à ń sọ náà náà ń sọ mẹ́rin jọ yẹn ṣe rí tá a bá tẹ̀lé rẹ́dísítà lẹ́ẹ̀kan sà ṣe lójoojúmọ́ yẹn sà yóò lè díẹ̀ ká sọ̀ tọrọ ọ máa dáa gan.
Ní
mi ò waste time ẹ jẹ́ sọ kíní kan ṣẹ́ni tó sọ fún àwọn ìjọ yẹn sà ní conference meeting yẹn.
Listen please, if you are talking about that I have asked you, is that what you want to talk about? Ṣé kò tẹ́ fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ nípa nìyẹn?
entertain yẹn mọ́ àti kúrò lórí yẹn.
ṣẹ̀wárí lórí
Má ní nǹkan mi tó yàtọ̀ sí yẹn lè sọ.
ṣá lórí owó orí yẹn sotiye mi ọba bẹ́ẹ̀ bá lè bá wa ṣe tí kọ́mítì bá jòkó lórí ẹ̀ association ni yìí tá a bá fẹ́ máa san but a bá sọ pé individual onírọ̀lẹ́ lomi o ọ̀yìn tó máa pè ní pé iye báyìí
ẹ̀yin náà lẹ sọ pé ẹ ti ń sọ pẹ̀lú EKRS ẹ mọ̀ dẹ̀ ńlá máa reconcile ibẹ̀ yẹn pẹ̀lú EKRS trust àwọnú bíi pé ẹni tó bá ti san owó pẹ̀lú EKRS kò ní láti wá sọ eléyìí ó yé yín àti take care abẹ yẹn àwa náà a sọ pé àkèépa fẹ́ fowó pa yín lára ìkọ̀kọ̀ wà ń bẹ̀.
ẹ̀sà ṣe rí lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo fẹ́ sọ sísà ṣe rí internal revenue tó wà ní òkè orí omi ẹ̀sà gbogbo ṣọ́ọ̀bù tó wà ní òkè bọ́là dé gbogbo ẹ̀ pátápátá náà gba internal revenue lọ́wọ́ wọn ní last year ẹni tó san kéré jù ló san 40,000 ó ṣe yí báyìí eléyìí náà ti tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ náà báyìí sà ẹ̀fẹ̀ kúkú lè wá kó ládó ni sà.
ṣé ẹ̀sìn ń bì ni.
ẹ̀sà gbogbo táìsì ẹgbẹ́lẹ́ wa lórí yẹn ó ti yẹ kí ni.
a ti dáhùn sá ẹni tó bá ti san owó EKRS kò tún ní san owó míì mọ́ àti dá yín lóhùn.
Honorable Chairman, under protocols of SARS, I'm Olatunde George, Secretary to the Boosters Association. Sir, my question is this. Concerning the registration wherever we are going to buy vehicles or other things, please, you said we should go and register with the law enforcement agent. It is true. As according to what Madam have said the other time, they're supposed to be giving us a script that shows that we have registered somewhere, so that when we get to other place, if anybody has challenged us, we will show it to him or her that this is our register. That is number one. And again, we, as we have said, we need the entire member of Bush Association. We are sort of money, and we are sort of infrastructure that is supposed to be taking our goods to. Like what? We want the government. We want you to align with government, sir, to assist us.
Ẹ má bínú bàbá. Ẹ bá yẹ pé support lẹ̀ ń wá. Ẹ máa contact Ministry of Community Communication. Ṣé gbọ́? Àwọn náà lè àwa òfin là ń ṣe ń bì. Ṣé gbọ́? Then lórí ọ̀rọ̀ títí tẹ́ ti sọ tẹ́lẹ̀ a ti dá yín lóhùn pé a fẹ́ gbé ìwọ̀n tó máa le ju bọ́rú tá a fẹ́ ṣe yà a fẹ́ gbé ìwọ̀n tó máa le ju wọn lọ lé wọn lọ́wọ́ a fẹ́ àwọn nǹkan tó easy láti ṣe ẹni tó bá ti ń jáde tó bá ti wọ aṣọ tó yẹ kó wọ̀ based on registration tó dẹ̀ mú káàdì méjì dání káàdì ti ẹgbẹ́ káàdì ti bọ̀rú tẹ́nibọ̀dì bá challenge ẹ̀ náà tó bá ti fi nǹkan mẹ́ta ẹ̀ hàn náà ó yẹ kí ẹni tó bá wá wàhálà ó yẹ kó mọ̀ pé ẹni náà tó tọ́ ó register tó bá dẹ̀ gbà á mú ẹ lọ síbi tó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ bá dẹ̀ ti dẹ̀ evidence ó tán continue iṣẹ́ ìlera ní àgbà but ìlera kí àdúgbò wa kó lè ní ìsinmi ni.
Yes, sir, we know.
Ẹ ṣé.
Thank you, sir. And other thing is, because whenever you are going to register, are we going to pay money to the
You are not paying any money.
Please, sir, let it be reflect in whatever law you are going to put out.
It is without money.
Or any other enforcement agent, we ask.
It is without money, sir. Ẹ má worry. Bọ̀rú a handle àárín ibẹ̀ yẹn pẹ̀lú àwọn desk wa. Please, I will advise that we go ahead, please. We have another very major point of discussion. So maybe we'll take other discussions there. Thank you. Slide 4, please. So, like we were saying the other time, mandatory uniforms and ID cards from both the agency and the association. And to buy the private company, no, any other forms of identification, tally present. So, designated days for activities. Our own idea is to divide the activities into two. Days for scouting, days for evacuation. That it means that when you are going out today, you are not going out to go and buy and carry. If you are going to this place today, you are going to buy and assemble. Tó bá ti ra nǹkan tó rà, wàá kó jọ sí ibi tójú ojú á rí. Tí n bá ra pọ́ùn, màá gbé síwájú ilé tí màá ti wá gbé. So that àwọn ẹni tó jáde lọ láàárọ̀ tó dé nírọ̀lẹ́ á rí nǹkan kan tà. Ọjọ́ kejì á rí nǹkan kan tà. Ẹni tó bá mọ̀ pé òun ló ní àṣekínni á challenge. So ẹni tó gbé generator lẹ́yìn kùnlé tó kàn déédéé wálé ni because that's part of our experience here. Somebody has a generator. They are living in two separate flats. The neighbor one carried the generator of neighbor two and sold it to scavenger. Scavenger went with it. Scavenger any problem bó mi later. Let's discover pé neighbor ló ta for scavenger. So apart from the apart from the activities of the scavenger, we also want to make sure that this law curbs the activities or the excesses of our own in-house criminals. Ṣé wọn pé scavenger ló ń bá wọn gbé ẹrù olè báyẹn? So meaning pé láàrin wa náà àwọn olè náà tún wọ́n wà ń bẹ̀. So a fẹ́ medium tẹ́ pé nǹkan tí scavenger fẹ́ rà lọ a lè showcase ẹ̀. Tó bá jẹ́ mọ́tò ló fẹ́ rà wàá wọ́ mọ́tò síta. Tó bá jẹ́ generator ló fẹ́ rà wàá gbé. So that there will be regulated days for scouting and there will be regulated days for evacuation. If that will not work, then it means we have to restrict the activities of scavengers to only 1 day or 2 days in a week, and that has to be weekends. That is the other alternative. So that's designated days for activities. Then we have discussed rendezvous at approved stations before and after activities. Then environmental and safety compliance. A lot of them, no, they don't consider their own personal safety. According to the me, half your kada, half you be only to kada meta. We have to see, and he exposes his or himself to harm, and also exposes other users of the road to harm. So we are going to make sure that this law also affects then use of personal protective. And those fellow scrap, we are calling war glove, we are calling war bata. So these are other considerations for this. So I'll open up the floor for this list of discussions. Okay, ma'am.
Sir, on the chairman, sir, and members of the committee, on the regulation of the days for operation and the workability of gathering the scraps on a day and coming back again to come and pick well everybody has seen it. I don't think that one will be workable. Okay. But I want to suggest that why don't we regulate the hours of the operation? Because most of them come into streets when owners of residences and houses have gone to work and the environment is kind of quiet. And there's nobody to even notice what they are doing. We have had instances of people scaling fences into people's apartments to even pick scraps. So I think we should regulate that on their level of operation because everybody has rights. Yes, there's freedom of movement or whatever, but your freedom of movement should not infringe on other people's rights. So we should, aside from sensitizing them and letting them know, but we should try and regulate their hours of operations when people in that environment are around. So you cannot just go into an environment that is isolated or people are not there and you pick things from people's residence. Even if you are going to anybody's residence, you'll be able to seek for permission, even if their dustbins are outside or waste disposal bins are outside to pick. Because at times they pick and they mess up the whole environment after picking what they want to pick from that waste disposal bins. So we should be able to regulate how they operate in that way. So I don't want us to say, let them operate only on weekends. That might be jeopardizing their own economic whatever too. Are we together?
Thank you. Please, ma'am.
My own submission is a little bit different from what the DJ has said. Yes, we cannot infringe on their right to move freely, but it is at our own detriment. I am representing the people, the communities from Faglo down to Irewumi. I am the secretary of that community, and at the same time, I'm the financial secretary of Ekiti Resident Consumers Association. So I believe to us, their movement is detrimental to our health, our life, and everything. My own submission is, let the government provide a space for them to sell their scraps. Whoever wants to sell anything that is a waste to you, let them take it there. We cannot always monitor. Okay, Mr. Governor gave us a transformer in Olorun-Shogo community. And I think after 3 days of commissioning the transformer, these scavengers came and destroyed the upriser, and they took it down. They were burning it, and they were at the site of burning, they took it to inside the bush to go and burn. So we caught them there, they ran away because they are always with weapons. You cannot overpower them. So I believe and in our own communities there, we have even said we are coming here before to tell you that we don't want scavengers in our communities. Destroying 2 transformers at the same time, entering our houses, burgling our houses, removing burglaries from the uncompleted buildings, taking them to, folding them to sell. I have pictures here on my phone. It's a pity that I got this information later. I would have printed copies of how they have vandalized our.
Thank you, ma'am. We share your body, ma'am. You need to be in this House of Assembly to equally understand the level of petitions that we receive. You are talking of Faglo area, and I'm talking of interior places where you don't expect things like this. You understand? Most of these border towns, they come, it's like they are coming to even invade the town and carry the legit things and go. It's as bad as that. So we share your burden. And that's why we have said, if we need to take an action, it must be deliberate. If we are trying to pamper ourselves, we will not progress and we will not solve the problem. We must injure some legs, brush some hands, give some people a headache. We must. There's no progress without sacrifice. There has to be sacrifices at one quarter or another. But I will also plead that it has to be gradual. You know, the position of the house is pivotal and is medium. In engineering, we call it centroid. We are at the center. As we are defending the interests and the rights of the people at home, these operators too are our responsibility to also defend. You understand? So we cannot just totally condemn and kill their activities. It's economical. An environment where you are trying to create more avenues for people to be employed, more avenues for people to see business activities, empower small-scale businesses. It's not an environment where we also want to cancel the existing employments that they have. When they don't have such employment, it means that they become open to even greater thoughts. You understand? So since this set of people are still employed, and it is because of this their employment that we're having challenges with. We can still find mediums of regulating and see the effects of our reactions. I'm sorry, please, for my health condition, please. So, I'm of the opinion that if we introduce a specific period, for me, my proposal is to have scouting and evacuation day. That's my own personal proposal. Come on Monday, negotiate. Come on Tuesday, negotiate. Come on Wednesday, negotiate. Gather, put whatever you want to buy in an open place for everybody to see for 3 days. Then on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you can come to evacuate. Most times, we are available on Fridays, we are available on Saturdays, we are available on Sundays. So it also behoves on us, because in one of my estates, we were having security challenge. I was part of the security committee. We were having security challenge. They will steal laptop, they will steal phone, they will steal this. Then it got to a day I had to ask that, how come they are entering your house, they are not breaking your door? They will open window and they will carry your laptop. Then you have the responsibility to take your laptop away from the window. Yes, we know that there is a security committee, but we cannot come and secure your room now. You understand? So it means that the people to have responsibility to also do what? To protect themselves. So the people, once the people knows now that there's a regulator that says it's on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that these people can come and evacuate whatever they buy, then our attention can be on those days. Our availability, our presence can be designed around the law. You understand? Just to make it functional. So it's dual faced. We have responsibility from the people, we have responsibility from the operators themselves. So, but if it doesn't work as having scouting days and evacuation days, maybe on the premises, because my first consideration is on the premises of finances as regards the operators. Maybe if it doesn't work in that way, then we have no option, because I want to give them that option. If we don't take that option, then we are limited to only the option of having them to come maybe only on Saturdays and Sundays. And that's Saturday and Sundays, they will have stipulated time. If we have to include Friday, it will have stipulated time, maybe from 3, 4 on Friday and Saturday and Sunday. That is my view. Yes, ma'am.
Honorable Chairman, sir. I'm aware that the state government has provided means of disposal of bins, wastes, for everybody, even in the environment. And that is where we have the Dino bins, am I right? Ex-Rama. So if wastes are disposed in these Dino bins, and scavengers still come around residential areas to pick wastes, how come about that? Because we are talking about the civic responsibility of both the operators and even individuals. So your waste should be disposed, and they come around to pick it from your waste disposal bins. She didn't get what I was saying earlier on. I'm not saying that they have the freedom to...
You're saying the same thing. She only didn't understand.
Yes. So we must regulate the hours that when people are around. Because if you talk about specific days where they should come and gather it in a specific environment, in that area that they are putting those waste bins, it constitutes environmental hazard for even the people in that environment.
No, because you have to first identify what we are discussing.
If they pick the scraps on Monday,
look at this.
On Tuesday,
let me respond quickly to that. Most people, most homes, they don't sell their scraps. They don't dispose of their scraps. They keep metal scraps for sale.
But is it only metals they pick?
Eh?
Is it only metals they pick?
That is what
they pick plastic bottles.
And
they pick other things.
For those are waste operators. Those that you see that we identified 3 classes of people. We have motor pushers. Nobody will go and throw his motor in the waste bin.
Sure.
So it will be in the house. You have metal scrap operators. Nobody will dispose of their metals.
Okay,
it will be in the house. The only person that falls within the class of what you are saying is the waste scrap operators. that speak plastic.
And they go into residential areas.
Understand? So, but what I'm saying for this class of people is, for now, we can't really limit them from accessing those people that they want to buy from, because those things are kept in the homes. But what we are saying is that, why don't we have them limited to a day or two to do these things? Then our people too should put attention to draw their programs around those days. You understand? Then we have, so it means that if they see you on the street on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, if Friday is inclusive, now you know. In other, we are only trying to show the human face in Ekiti. In other places, they outlaw the operations of these people. But like I've said in our build-up, we have seen that they have responsible people amongst them. They have people who have their livelihoods among them. It would be unfair of us as our assembly to outlaw it. We have been able to determine that. We will create a large unemployment base that only what about and then maybe what will even turn to another. So we have to come from that school of thought. Understand? So we don't want to outlaw them. We want them to be able to perform their economic activities, but we want them to perform it under a climate where it will limit the harms that it can bring to our people. So people too, we have to conform. If it becomes a law that's also day, then it behoves on you to make sure that you have oversight over your on these days. Lawyer.
Because I have a meeting by 1, feeder meeting, and this is to 2, sir. So I don't just walk away from the meeting. That's why I'm sitting, so that I can have time to take a normal permission from the house. Also, I want to use this medium also to thank the committee that we really appreciate your efforts by putting us into consideration, because as they are, I'm part of them also. And truly, there are some not well behaved. And anytime that you need our cooperations, we will always be there, ready to support. Any law that comes, we are ready to support. And also, again, on behalf of the two house, Walede and the scavengers, also Nasruddin, I will also say thank you for the way I won't say, the way you try to economize the financial support, being saying that you will look into it and make it not a burden, but a way of reducing, or to say no sins or no chance for thief in the Ekiti state. We are grateful for that, and we are ready to support, sir. So with the kind permission of the House and members of the House, may I humbly take my leave? I'm sorry, I have another meeting. Sorry,
Thank you
sir.
very much. You are permitted to go, ma'am. But
Thank
your members are here.
Yes, they are around. Even I've spoken with the chairman and the task force, so
No
anything
problem.
that
We are also almost closing, actually, because apart from part 5, I think the next thing we have is just fines and penalties, and
that is why I said I waited to that time so that I can. The meeting starts by 1 o'clock, and they have been calling.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you so much, sir.
You're permitted, ma'am.
I'm grateful, sir. Once again, my name is Iyano Lumuagun. You're a lovely girl. I'm grateful, sir. Thank every members of the House.
Okay, please. We have 2 choices, like I've said, to have scouting days of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, then have evacuation on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or have the activities limited only to Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Landlords Association. Sundays.
For Sundays, I want to say Sundays, most of us don't come back from church till after 2.
So let's say Friday and Saturday.
So let's say Fridays and Saturdays.
Waste management.
Mosque on Friday.
Yes, they go to mosque on Fridays, but those guys that operate, those that operate illegally amongst them, they don't go to mosque.
So we are saying Saturday only.
No,
Are we saying Saturday? Operators, please, your contribution. Operators, metal scrap, Irewolede. Why I'm saying scouting, actually, is a consideration of motor bushers association. Motor busher association can be called to come and look at the car. They will go and look at it. But if you are limiting them only to Saturday, that might not be very fair for them. It's too short a day for them to operate.
Vehicle that I want to sell to butchers. I think it's my prerogative to tell the butcher when I'll be around for you to come and look at the vehicle that you want to buy. Is it not?
Yes.
I've sold a vehicle before, old vehicle. We invited the buyer to our premises, which was legally, it came in legally, and we sold to the person to go. So I wonder why you want to buy a vehicle and you have to come, no, and everybody must see that you want to buy the vehicle and all that.
The operation from findings, the operation, they go around and look at dilapidated vehicles. Most vehicles that they buy, even the owner, don't know where and who to sell to. So usually they are dilapidated and on category odo. So they come to offer you where it is that, okay, I want to buy this. So that's the medium of interaction. So, but we can put classifications that for motor scraps, it can be done as long as the owner is available. We can push those classifications for that. Okay. Metal scrap. What did you hear? What did you have to say? No objection. A ní pé a fẹ́ kí iṣẹ́ yín kó wá ní ọjọ́, a fẹ́ kí iṣẹ́ yín kó jẹ́ ọjọ́ Friday, ọjọ́ Saturday nìkan.
Kọjá a day láàrin 1 week. Ó ṣe díẹ̀ sá o. Because Monday to Friday náà la fi máa ń ṣiṣẹ́.
Kí ni iṣẹ́ tẹ lọ ṣe nígbà tí ẹni tẹ fẹ́ lọ ṣiṣẹ́ ò sí ilé?
Kí lẹ́yìn sá?
Kí ni iṣẹ́ tẹ lọ ń ṣe nígbà tí ẹni tẹ fẹ́ lọ bá ṣiṣẹ́ ò sí ilé?
Irọ́ o, a lọ sí ilé mechanic. Ibẹ̀ la máa ń lọ o. Àwọn mechanic ibẹ̀ la máa ń lọ. So ẹ tó bá lọ́jà á tà, ẹ tí ó bá dẹ̀ ní àkú ń bẹ̀.
Ọ̀dọ̀ mechanic kan lè máa ń lọ.
Àwọn mechanic tó ń ṣe mútọ̀, àwọn tó ń ṣe generator.
Sà, ọ̀dọ̀ mechanic kan lè máa ń lọ.
Ọ̀dọ̀ mechanic ibẹ̀ la máa ń lọ.
Ẹ lè sọ̀rọ̀ fún gbogbo yín, ọ̀dọ̀ mechanic kan lè máa ń lọ.
Ẹ máa mọ̀ ń kà ní àwọn mechanic tó ń ṣe generator náà. Àwọn alálùmọ̀ǹkò tó máa ń ṣe off court yẹn, tó máa ń ta pieces yẹn, sotiye. Àtàwọn oníléeṣẹ́ búrẹ́dì tí wọ́n bá ní agolo búrẹ́dì tó ti
àwọn tẹ́ ẹ̀ sọ yìí, àwọn tó fi jẹrẹ́tọ̀ àdúgbò wa náà ń gbé.
Èrò o, ṣọ́ọ̀pù ni o. Ṣọ́ọ̀pù wọ́n ní ṣọ́ọ̀pù la máa ń nọ o.
Ọ̀gá Peter.
Ṣọ́ọ̀pù la máa ń nọ.
Kásá.
Ọ̀sà, my chairman rò pé ẹ̀ẹ̀kan lé wíìkì yẹn. Yóò ṣe díẹ̀ o, yóò ṣe díẹ̀ sà, ẹ dákun ọjọ́ o.
A moment, please. We'll join you later. Sorry.
Thank you very much, please. I'm sorry for that short break. It was essential, one, for us also to be on the same page, that's the committee, and also to hear from you what your opinions too are. So apart from the earlier contribution, any other contribution? The Landlords Association agrees that we should limit the activity to certain days. To the point we have discussed of Friday, Saturday, Sunday, civic, Ministry of Environment, any other contribution. I want us to agree that the challenges we have with the activities is not even the business. The challenges we have is the free roaming ability that they have. And if we don't check that their ability to freely roam around our streets, we have not regulated anything. So there must be blood. If we really need to draw or checkmate this thing. And I'm saying that this is a very fair blood because in other climes, it is total outlaw. But as much as we don't want to totally outlaw the activities, if we limit it to a particular number of days, I want to believe that we are still being very fair. With classifications, like we have said about the motor vehicle, anybody that is ready to be with his goods can sell his material any day. Nobody is obstructing such transactions. If I have my car and I want to go and sell to Lelewode Motor Busher, I can go with my car. If anybody challenges me, I can show that I'm the owner of the car. What we are saying is that when you are challenged, we don't want to hear that the owner is somewhere and that you are only buying it. So the activities we are limiting to Friday, Saturday, Sunday is the activity where they can freely roam around or they can be caught with anything that they cannot provide the owner. That's the area of discussion. So if peradventure Mr. A wants to sell a generator scrap and calls Mr. Ade, he knows that on Friday, Saturday, that's the only day Mr. Ade can carry that in alone. Because if Mr. Ade carries it on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it's going to be apprehended, except he is with him. I think this our proposal is not too tight. I need you, you are silent too. Waste management. Sir? I think maybe they are going to discuss.
We are doing all these things because of them. Most of them are outside.
No, we are not doing it because of them. Oh. They are stakeholders in what we are doing. We are doing what we are doing because...
What I'm not saying is that they should come in.
Yes, I've said they should call them.
Yes, sir.
We are not doing without them. The public hearing is also... The need to regulate the activities is the outcry of the people. And this house, like I've said, this house, the term of reference from beginning was to define if we should outlaw them. But when we engaged the associations, we found out, we saw that they have valid processes. They are legitimate people who are doing credible businesses. It would be unfair of us as a house to outlaw the activity of such people. So, which has led us to regulation. In fact, we provided the avenue for the three associations to come under one umbrella and regularize the activities themselves. But they were unable to agree to work together as one. And we cannot force association. Everybody has the freedom to associate with whoever he or she or whatever organization they like. So it left us with no choice than to now protect our citizens and our environment, which is now to come up with this law to regulate the activities so that the activities does not impair or affect our people. So that's where we are coming from. So this, as much as they are stakeholders, everybody that is here is an equal stakeholder. The only thing is that the outcome affects them more than others, yeah. So they are critical stakeholders. But as much, okay, so.
On what is happening here. Some said that you have proposed to us that we should work only one day, they should work only one day in a week. That one will not be able to abide with. That they can't abide with that. Now, how can somebody from Ibadan, Ekiti State, to work for his living and work for only one day in a week? That is not a go with them. And some other things they are going against about what we have discussed here. So that is why they were all outside.
Honorable Chairman, sir, members of the ad hoc committee, in fact, before that man spoke, I wanted to speak on that issue. Because, like the premise from which you started from, we have businesses, and people are engaged in different enterprises. And if we are giving this issue a humane angle or face, we should consider those that they depend on what they earn daily for their sustenance. And these are these people that are engaged in menial job. There's no fact that there are criminal elements that are hiding under the guise of these people to perpetrate these vices that we are talking about. Because such as we have under these scavengers, we also have even in the civil service that are not, doing the work the way they should. So we must, I want to say that we should be careful of not allowing them, like I said, where they are getting the legal means of sustenance, if we curtail it and they are not able to go and do their businesses, they can go into other vices. So, but let us regulate their activities within the ambit of the law. Maybe the hours when people mentioned earlier on, when people will be around, you want to pick waste around, people should be on that street or the moment. In fact, in my environment now, the landlords association, when you come into our street to do anything, they ask you, you identify yourself, they allow you to go. Because it's not everybody that goes to work. We have retirees, people that are still having shops in that environment that can also accost you and ask, what are you doing in this environment? So just 1 or 2 days in a week might be injurious to their economic enterprise. So I want us to look at it from that angle and perspective and give them the leeway. We are not owning criminality,
as much as I agree with you,
their activities.
Thank you. As much as I agree with you, I would like that we prefer alternatives to our proposal.
That's earlier on. That we should regulate the hours of the operation.
Okay, yeah.
You don't
so you're proposing
dark hours.
You're proposing that we should have hours for them every day.
Yes.
Okay.
Then they should not go into people's premises without their being available. You don't come into my compound. Yes.
You cannot eat your cake and have it, man.
No.
You cannot say somebody can rule freely, and you say that
within the streets, but you don't come into my premise without my permission.
You can't achieve that.
That is trespassing under law.
That's what we are saying. That's the same thing we are saying here.
So that is why we say let the law regulate that. Trespass, you can be accosted, even if you have legal means of identification. If you come into my compound...
You're not getting me, ma'am. What we are saying is this, that a larger percentage of Ekiti citizens are out of their homes on business on Monday, to Friday, usually from 8 in the morning to 4, 5 in the evening. If you are saying that these people can come to this environment at a stipulated time, even though these people are not, who wants to enforce your premises? This is my, you are encroaching into my, who wants to enforce it? The person in a shop, or the retiree who does not have strength? Is that the person that wants to enforce it? So there are limitations. So these limitations are part of the considerations we are considering to put a solution.
Even with that, within that hours of operation, you don't just come into somebody's compound without permission. That's what we are saying. You have hours of operation, you come into that environment, but you don't come into people without their permission. That's what we are saying.
Ma, you're still not getting me. My explanation accepts what you have said. The law says, don't do this. But I'm saying these people we are trying to limit are criminals. They are not obeying the law. We are looking for a way to checkmate their disobedience to the law. So, John is not, don't enter my premises. It's not solving any problem. We have said, don't steal. Has it solved any problem?
Penalties, there are consequences, which is already in the law.
But it has still not solved our problem.
So we should be watchdogs.
That's what we are saying. We need
Community
to restrict
responsibilities.
we need to restrict the activities to a time when people can watch over their things.
And that's what we're saying.
That's what we are proposing.
We are saying the same things in different language. Within
So-
the hours when people are around to regulate the activities.
Yes, so you can propose hours that you are saying, man. Like,
School teachers close 2 o'clock.
so we should have school teachers at home from 2.
Okay, 4 to when? Because by 6 it's getting dark. 6:30.
4 to 6. You can see the
It's okay.
impracticability
Instead of
of
just 3 days a week.
eh?
Instead of just 3 days a week. If
3
they-
days a week is more effective than 2 days, 2 hours every day. 3 days a week is more effective than 2 hours every day. Do you agree with me, sir? 3 days a week is more effective than 2 hours daily. And 2 hours daily is so passive because you now need to start watching. Wait, is it 2? Is it 3 yet? So we are still back to the same routes. There must be victims, oh. If we are serious, there must be victims, oh. I don't agree that we are going to solve this menace without having injuries. People that are more, there must be people that will suffer for it. And if the sacrifice is going to be about the peace and the calmness of our society, I think I tag along with that. You understand? I think I tag along. Before, I'm a civil engineer. When I come to Lagos, when I come to build, I don't pay any kobo. So I make all my 30% profits and I go. But today, I will deal with Labasca. I will deal with LS. 3, 4, 5 different agencies that I have to deal with. Not only that, every stage of my construction, when I want to do some foundation, I will go and get certification. When I want to do DPC, I will go and get certification. When I want to do first floor, I will go and get certification. Every stage of construction. And they are still constructing in Lagos, please. It does not hinder that economic venture. That's regulation. Trucks that are the most essential to our logistics have a time they must access Lagos Street or not. Trailers, when you are bringing it from anywhere, when you get to the border, you will park. There's a regulated time you can drive into Lagos. And I don't think anything is even more essential like trucks that we're talking about to our livelihood. So there must be There must be, see,
The view, sorry, I'm still of the view that
the
if
other
they have-
alternative is to scrap and outlaw the activities.
Sir, if we have them operate 2 hours for 4 days and they have their Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I think it's okay. It's okay.
Okay. In addition to those 3 days.
Okay, let's entertain the.
Thank you very much, sir. Pastor Oluwashola, when we look at this EU critically, sir, somebody that is working from Monday to Sunday legally, and it's not even enough for him. Now, if you say he should work for maybe just 3 days in a week, it's as if you outlaw him completely. You don't want him to work again. And that can even turn such people to more dangerous species within us. So I want to say that the people that are doing their legitimate work, if they work from Monday to Saturday, then Sunday can be outlawed. Because when people go to church, go to several places, in most cases, they can operate illegally and steal this, steal that. But during the week, from Monday to Saturday, the number of people that goes to work, that is especially civil servants, when you look at the percentage, is low compared to other businesses. So people will still be, there is no day, even that's any day, if you say one day, there's no way people, everybody will be at home on that Saturday alone. So if we have a way to coordinate people, saying that maybe if you work from Monday to Saturday, this is the time limit you can work. This is how you should work, make use of your...
Thank you, Pastor. I think you have made your point.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I think you have made your point. I don't want us to be doing repetitions. I got your submission. Yeah, please. They are not.
One of these guys, I think they slept in our community overnight to steal from those trucks. So unfortunately for them, I was there very early in the morning. I met these guys. I said, "What are you doing here this morning?" He behaved as if he is deaf. After a lot of going and coming back, he said he's just coming from Atikonko. And after everything, he saw a soldier coming, those that work with the Chinese men. He was speaking his language to that soldier just to save him from that place and let him run away with whatever he has stolen. But fortunately for me, I saw the name of the soldier. He bears Oloyede, so I know he's a Yoruba man. I now told him in Yoruba that, "Ejo sir, bó ṣe máa ń ṣe ń bí báyìí nìyẹn. Please, can you help us handle him very well?" After the soldier handled him, he told him in his language that not all soldiers are Hausas. Please don't come back to this community. The legitimate ones don't go about very early in the morning and late at night. And there is no how we can tell them that don't come into my premises. They don't wait for you to tell them to come into your premises or don't come into my premises before they come to steal. Please, I would just want to beg us, on behalf of the people we are representing, let them work 3 days in a week when they will be supervised. When the community members will know that, okay, every Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays are for them to work. If we continue to grant them this, yes, we will step on some toes. Please, I just want to beg us, those of us here this afternoon, that we should just try and accept whatever comes with this. Kwara State, Kogi State, Delta State, Akwa Ibom State, scavengers have been banned outrightly. They have provided a market for them where you want to sell your scraps, you go there to visit them. Please, ṣẹ́ni tó jìyà kọ́lé, rìtàrí tó kọ́lé tán, tó rò pé tó ń bá wọlé kó ń wá sùn lálẹ́, tó délé lálẹ́ tán ti páàkì gbogbo bọ́gláàrì ilé ẹ̀ lọ pẹ̀lú ẹ̀rọ wáyárìn ilé ẹ̀. I just want to beg us, sirs and ma. Thank you, sir.
So, please, we have 3 days. Metascrap, please submit. Yeah, the man in brown. The man in brown. Yeah. The man in brown.
The reason is that I've said the other time that it's not possible for us to be working once in a week. It cannot. We have wives, we have children.
We have left once in a week. We are saying 3 days a week: Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
No, sir. What we are begging you for, sir, from Monday to Saturday.
It cannot be possible to have Monday to Saturday, sir.
We are begging you, sir.
Sir,
Please,
the alternative to what we are saying is to outlaw your activities. We have visible complaints from the street that you are applying, that people are hiding under your activities to rob our people of their dear properties. So, for us to help those people that are at home, we also need to cooperate that we find a way where these people will not feel that you are inconsiderate. Àwọn tó fẹ́ lọ́ra nǹkan lọ́wọ́ wọn, wọ́n láwọn kan wá ń jí nǹkan wọn. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ń rìn káàkiri gẹ́gẹ́ bí scavengers. Ẹ wá ní pé ká gbà pé kí ni máa rìn káàkiri.
No, sir.
So ẹ sọ ìkọ́tẹ́rùkú máa protect àwọn tó ń jí nǹkan wọn yẹn. Kí ni submission yín tó lè protect wọn? Submission yín ara yín nìkan ló ń protect.
Ẹ̀ka tí mo rò pé a lè ṣe gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ̀ka sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan. Àwọn agbúdọ̀ ní tight security.
Ṣé ẹ máa sanwó ẹ̀? Ṣé ká calculate owó tẹ́ máa fi secure street fún yín kẹ́ máa san?
That is part of the government work for every.
Ara kì í ṣe iṣẹ́ government ní láti provide security, kì í ṣe láti provide security sí gbogbo àdúgbò.
Of course, yes.
Olè tẹ́ ń jà báyìí gbogbo àdúgbò ni a ní security bọ̀ a ní security fún gbogbo àdúgbò. So tẹ́ bá provide solution tẹ́ rò pé ó lè pé wa àgbà but tẹ́ bá rí ètò pé wa we will be forced to take decision between the validly available ones.
The solution that I will even say is that all those people that caught stealing or go to another man's house or.
Àfẹ́ dúró dìgbà yẹn bàbá kò solve problem wọ́n yìí ń jí lọ wọ́n wá ń jí ní ìlọ́po mẹ́wàá so àdúró dìgbà tó fẹ́ mú yàn mú a nídìí nǹkan tá a gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe tá a mú àwọn kan tó ń jí yẹn tá a mú wálẹ̀ àmọ́pá à lè stop gbogbo ẹ̀ but tó bá ń jí mẹ́wàá tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ nǹkan tá a fẹ́ ṣe kankan tẹ́ pé kọ́ máa jí ju méjì lọ mọ́. Baba.
Sir, lórí táìmù yẹn náà ni mo fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí sir.
Yes, sir.
Nítorí most of people tá a jọ ń ṣiṣẹ́ níbi bushel village yẹn tọ́ra níbi tí gbogbo wa ti ń tajà lójú kan. Ok, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn wá láti Ìbàdàn. Wọ́n máa ń lọ Ìbàdàn ní Friday lọ wo family wọn. Wọ́n á padà dé ní Monday. So wọ́n á dẹ̀ ṣiṣẹ́ di Friday evening Saturday kan tó lọ. Àárín yẹn ni mo ní ṣé irú bushel village yẹn ṣá máa close yẹn ní gbogbo àsìkò yẹn ni àbí báwo?
Ó dẹ̀ pé ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo sọ òye wa. Bàbá, ṣé lẹ́yìn tẹ̀ ń ta mọ́tò tí ọ̀nà bá fẹ́ ta mọ́tò anytime ló lè gbé yín lọ lé ẹ̀ kẹ́ lọ ra mọ́tò. Ní pé kẹ́ má ra mọ́tò. Ìgbà tó bá wu ẹni tó ní nǹkan láti tà ló lè tà á. So tẹ́ bá fẹ́ ra mọ́tò ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ make sure pé ẹni yìí ó wà around ẹ bá ń lé ẹ ra mọ́tò. Òun náà á provide ID card or whatever láti cover yín ọkọ̀ fúnra kan tẹ̀lé yín gbé lọ síbi tẹ́ fẹ́ lọ gbé lọ sí. Nǹkan tá à ń sọ ni pé a fẹ́ bá ẹrù lọ́wọ́ yín nígbàkúgbà tí a lè establish ẹni tó ní. A dẹ̀ fẹ́ kí wọ́n máa rìn káàkiri ní gbogbo ìgbà.
Sorry, before you, Mr. Shaman. Hello, sorry, before you come in addition to what the Shaman just said, àwa tá níbi tí a ti ń gbé ta nǹkan tó wà recognized, registered with government. Wọn ò ní ká máa ṣí ṣọ́ọ̀bù lọ́jọ́ Monday to Sunday o. But àwọn tó ń rìn káàkiri àdúgbò tó bá fẹ́ kúrò ní ibi tó ti ń ta nǹkan ibi tó ṣọ́ọ̀bù ẹ ó fẹ́ lọ sí street, wọn ò lè gbà ẹ́ láàyè láti lọ sí street àfi àwọn ọjọ́ mẹ́ta tí government recognize. So kò ṣe pé bóyá àwa ta ní ṣọ́ọ̀bù tí wọ́n register kì í ṣe àwọn ṣọ́ọ̀bù tó wà nílé o, kì í ṣe ṣọ́ọ̀bù tó wà ní yàrá ẹ tó wà ní compound ẹ o, registered place tí ọlọ́pàá mọ̀ tí àwọn Ministry of Waste Management mọ̀ recognized by government. Àwọn yẹn lè ṣiṣẹ́ láti Monday to Sunday. Ní ọjọ́ wọn yẹn, but àwọn tó fẹ́ máa lọ ya àdúgbò tó ń ya àdúgbò individual àwọn scavenger àwọn tó ń kiri yẹn làwọn bá wí pé they must be regulated on specified and designated days tí gómìnà máa fọwọ́ sí.
Tí ó ti gorí odó tí wọ́n fẹ́ tà ní scrap irú yẹn náà ó ní ọjọ́ tí àwọn scrap dealers tán lè wọnú street láti ní pé kán lọ ra irú mọ́tò bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn kò ń ṣe pé ìtẹ̀kàn máa gbéra lè ní báyìí kẹ máa ní.
Nǹkan tí wọ́n sọ yẹn náà ni pé o ò lè yálé. Ọ̀gá búṣà tí ọ̀nẹ́bù bá ti pè é wá sílé ẹ̀ ilé ọ̀nẹ́bù ló ń lọ o dẹ̀ gbé mọ́tò ẹ̀ o dẹ̀ padà síbi iṣẹ́ ẹ̀ o ò lè máa yálé káàkiri iṣẹ́ ẹ̀ ní mọ́tò tẹ́ fẹ́ tà. Ìfún tá à ń sọ nìyẹn. Ẹni tó ní mọ́tò lè pè é wálé kó wá gbé á dẹ̀ wà pẹ̀lú ẹ á dẹ̀ gbé tó bá dẹ̀ lọ lọ́nà ó gbọ́dọ̀ yíyá kó wà pẹ̀lú ẹ lọ́nà ọ̀ kó fún ẹ ní ID card àti evidence pé a proof of ownership nǹkan tó gbé pé mọ́tò òun lélẹ̀.
bá ṣe iṣẹ́ ti wá nìyẹn àwọn abúṣà bá ṣe iṣẹ́ ti wá nìyẹn.
ìyẹn a sọ pé kẹ má ṣe yẹn nǹkan tá à ń sọ ni pé àwọn tó máa ń rìn káàkiri ẹ̀yin búṣà náà ẹ láwọn ọmọ tẹ máa ń dà sí gbòòrò torí a ti sọ̀rọ̀ débẹ̀ ní tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ bàbá ẹ láwọn ọmọ tẹ́yìn náà máa ń dà kó máa ń rìn káàkiri tá a máa wá àwọn kìíní àwọn yẹn là ń sọ pé a fẹ́ kí wọ́n máa rìn lójoojúmọ́ a fẹ́ ní ọjọ́ tá a máa yà sọ́tọ̀ tẹ́pẹ́ ọjọ́ yẹn nìkan náà lè rìn káàkiri àádẹ́ bá àwọn yẹn wá sọ̀rọ̀ náà pọ́jọ́ yẹn káwọn náà kan fojú wọn kan fi sílẹ̀ bọ̀ pé ẹ fẹ́ pé wọ́n ṣe yẹn òun ló wá ń fi mí bákan pé bóyá ó dẹ̀ nìkan tó tún wà ń bẹ̀.
ṣe sà ṣe rí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ náà ọ̀dọ̀ wa àwọn tó yẹ pé wọ́n ní tó yẹ pé wọ́n rẹ́gísítà tó yẹ pé wọ́n ní CAC wọ́n wà lọ́dọ̀ wa tó yẹ pé wọ́n dẹ̀ ní àwọn ọmọọṣẹ́ tó yẹ pé wọ́n ń bọ́ síta tó yẹ pé àwọn ọmọọṣẹ́ wọ̀nyẹn àwọn ló lọ́ọ́ rajà wá àti àwọn mẹ́ta náà tó yẹ pé àwọn fúnra wọn náà tó yẹ pé mechanic náà náà yà kiri tẹ́ pé wọ́n register náà ṣé àwọn náà tún máa dúró de ọjọ́ mẹ́ta tẹ́ sọ ní sà.
ẹni nẹ́kìtì ẹnikẹ́ni kó wù kó ní registration múnú kó wù kó ní registration anywhere tó bá ti fẹ́ ṣe business lẹ́kìtì kò lè rìn káàkiri àdúgbò wa ní ìgbàkúgbà àfìgbà tá a bá sọ yìí. Yes, sir.
Sir, my chairman, adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run, Èkìtì ò ní bàjẹ́ torí bí a ti ń jẹ tá a ti mú ni. Bọ̀dá wípé 3 days yẹn náà bá ní sà, àádákẹ́ bá wò ó, báyà Monday to Wednesday. Torí Friday, Saturday, Sunday yẹn, Èkìtì tá a wà yìí, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ó fàájì wà. Àwọn mẹkáníìkì yẹn ibẹ̀ làwa máa ń lọ, ṣọ́ọ̀pù wọn la máa ń yà. Wẹ́pẹ́ àlọ́ Friday báyìí, ẹlòmíì pàtí ti yá, wedding ti yá, tó di Saturday, àìsíṣẹ́ Saturday náà. But Friday, Saturday, Sunday yẹn, ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn tí wọ́n máa tajà fún yẹn, àwọn mẹ́kùn yẹn lọ́tún, àwọn alálùmọ̀ọ́kùn yẹn, ó fàájì ni wọ́n. Tó yẹ pé Friday báyìí, ó kálukú ti múra òde. Sà, kò sí bá ti fẹ́ mọ́ rí yẹn kan ṣe mọ́ o, ẹ dákun ẹ jọ̀ọ́ o. Tó yẹ pé ibi tí Monday, Wednesday bá ní, torí tẹ́ bá ti sọ́ bí lónìí ó ti di òfin, la fi ń bẹ ẹ̀bẹ̀ tá à ń bẹ yẹn, ẹ dákun ẹ jọ̀ọ́. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ọwọ́ yẹn, wọ́n ti mọ ẹ̀mí yóò ti fi ṣọ́ọ̀bù lẹ̀ ó ti lọ sí pati so ẹ dákun ẹjọ́ torí Ọlọ́run àìbẹ́ o ẹjọ́ torí Ọlọ́run.
The Landlords Association, please respond to that. What's your view of that solution?
Ibi tí mo bá fẹ́ kí ọ̀nà gbà ni màá ní kí bricklayer fi ọ̀nà lé mi sí. Tí òfin ìjọba Èkìtì bá ti sọ wípé ọjọ́ mẹ́ta Friday, Saturday, Sunday ni gbogbo mechanics náà máa gbọ́ wípé Fridays náà ń ta ọjà àbí Saturdays àbí Sundays. So tó bá ti sọ fún ọ pé ọjọ́ méjì níjọba fún wa o, ọjọ́ mẹ́ta níjọba fún wa o, ọjọ́ mẹ́rin níjọba fún wa o. Tí sọ pé iye ọjọ́ báyìí bọ̀ tí ìjọba bá sọ pé iye ọjọ́ báyìí ná fún yín ọjọ́ yẹn náà máa gbé nǹkan tó máa fẹ́ tà síta fún yín sà. Nǹkan kì í ṣe torí ti yín bí kò ṣe pé torí ti àwọn tó ń farapamọ́ sábẹ́ yín láti ṣe iṣẹ́ ibi. So ẹ jọ̀ọ́ torí Ọlọ́run ẹ ràn wá lọ́wọ́ káwa náà lè ràn yín lọ́wọ́ sà.
Okay.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Akínyẹn kú iṣẹ́ látàárọ̀.
Why not Wednesday, Thursday, Friday?
Akínyẹn kú iṣẹ́ látàárọ̀. Orúkọ mi ni Ṣáájú Súnmọ́ṣú láti inú Meta Scrap, chairman ibẹ̀ ni mo jẹ́. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan tí ẹ̀ ń bá wa sọ níbí báyìí ló jẹ́ challenges fún wa tí a dẹ̀ ń ṣiṣẹ́ lórí tí a dẹ̀ ń dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run tí Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ ń fún wa ṣe. Èmi ò bá kọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀yin tí ẹ jẹ́ ẹ̀yin ọ̀gá wa ní kalẹ̀ yìí torí ẹ̀yin Yorùbá náà bọ̀ ẹ ní ìrọ̀rùn eku ní ìrọ̀rùn ẹyẹ ọmọ onílé ìrọ̀rùn eku ní ìrọ̀rùn ẹyẹ ìrọ̀rùn eku ní ìrọ̀rùn ẹyẹ ní Yorùbá máa wí. Àwọn ìrìn àjò tí ẹ̀ ń pẹ́ ẹ̀ ń gbá lọ́wọ́ wa tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ máa ṣe tó yẹ ká ṣe tó ṣùgbọ́n Yorùbá rọ̀ wá àwa lè yẹn ṣojú ẹ̀fẹ̀ kí state yóò bàjẹ́ àwa náà dẹ̀lẹ́bẹ̀ náà kó bàjẹ́ ní pé tó bá já sí pé ọjọ́ ni gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì bá fẹ́ fún wa níjọba fẹ́ fún wa láti máa fi bóyá nínú ọjọ́ tó fẹ́ mọ ọjọ́ jẹ́ ta máa fi kó ẹrù tá a bá rà láàrin Monday torí Monday irú èmi tí mo ti Monday mo ti ń yá owó ṣiṣẹ́ ibi tẹ́mi ti ń yá owó ṣiṣẹ́ wọ́n máa jẹ́ kó yé mi pé ní tí mo bá rà kí n bá wọn kó wá síbi tí mo ti gbowó lọ́wọ́ wọn wá sí ìlú yìí bóyá lọ́nu ọjọ́ tó bá fẹ́ fún wa yẹn tí mo bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ tí mo rajà bí káàkiri tí mi ò bá lórí ọ̀fẹ́ àti kó kúrò níbi tí mo ti rà ọjọ́ Monday tí bóyá Wednesday Thursday Friday lè bá fún wa bóyá káyọ̀ jẹ́ táìmù tá a máa fi kó ẹrù wa jáde nínú àwọn ẹrù tá a bá dẹ̀bẹ̀ rà jáde
ní pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wo ní nǹkan ìrìnsẹ̀ tó fi ń kó ẹrù tó bá rà láti ibì kan sí ibì kan látàrí pé àwọn onímọ́tò tá a mọ́ bá wa kó ẹrù náà wọ́n lè láwọn níbi tí àwọn ń lọ ní wípé gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń sọ síwájú pé bóyá ká máa rìpọ́ọ̀tù kó tó di pa jáde tó bá fi mú wa tá a bá fi rìpọ́ọ̀tù sí ibi tí a fẹ́ rìn ní èdè ó ṣeé ṣe tí a bá fẹ́ kẹ́rù jáde tí wọ́n bá ní nǹkan sọnù níbi tí a ti kẹ́rù jáde yẹn bóyá ọjọ́ mẹ́ta oṣù kan sẹ́yìn ìgbà tá a ti kẹ́rù jáde tí rìpọ́ọ̀tù bá jáde tí wọ́n ẹni yẹn bá ní actual date tí nǹkan yẹn sọnù ó ṣeé ṣe kí wọ́n lọ àwọn tí wọ́n lọ rin ibẹ̀ lákòókò yẹn bóyá ó ṣeé ṣe kí wọ́n lè fight wọn nǹkan báyìí sọnù níbi báyìí ta ló lè ṣẹlẹ́rìí pé bí báyìí ló ti rìn nínú àdúgbò tó lọ sọlọ́run jẹ́ kó bàjẹ́ àwọn òfin yìí a lè sọ pé kẹ́ má ṣòfin o kó lè bá a dà but ó àwa tí a fi ìrìn àjò yìí ṣe bísínẹ́sì yóò pa wá lára tó pọ̀ àdẹ̀ lọ́nà mẹ́ta tá a lè lọ.
Thank you. The last submission is kind of taking us back to the earlier design of having scouting days and evacuation days. I think the advantage in Ekiti yẹn fi pé wa ni pé tàbá ní Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday wọ́n lè lọ bá anybody láti rà láti ṣe everything láti kó síta láti but wọn ò lè kó lọ so ẹ tó bá fẹ́ jalè a ní láti ṣe kíni a ní láti jalè lọ́jọ́ kan dé gbé kúrò lọ́jọ́ yẹn ṣé kan tí mo sọ ń yé wa so tí a bá fi Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday lẹ̀ landlord I need you to follow too. They can come, but they are entering your place does not mean they can carry it away. Because they know that on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, even if they enter and steal it, if they carry anything, once anybody sees them with anything, they are apprehended. Because they know that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, nobody must carry it. No, with the person that they want to buy it from. It's not in a particular place. If they want to buy it from me, I'm the one that want to sell. They will bring it out in my house. So if this thing is recurring 3 days, if it's a stolen material, it's a chance for anybody to react to that.
Your premises, if you have something to sell, for instance, and a scavenger comes to your premises, and you have identified what you want to sell, it can only evaluate, and put the whatever it is somewhere in your premises, within your premises. It will not be able to carry anything out until the day that we all agree that it will be a designated day for carriage. Do you get it now, ma?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That is what we are saying.
But sir, it's indirectly taking us back to square one too. Because scouting days, these people that want scouting days, they are legitimate workers. We are not discussing about them now. We are discussing about those guys that roam around. So how do I tell an Hausa man that does not understand Yoruba, or anybody that does not understand my language or understand English, that, okay, Mondays to Wednesdays are your scouting days? These guys, when they are not even being given scouting days, they jump through the fence, they jump over the fence and enter the compound, pick things.
Over your fence into your compound. That is another class of people, man. That is a thief. What we are saying is that we are trying to identify those that are hiding under these activities, which are those people that go around to say they want to buy. Usually, this class of people, they would disguise like they are buying and they are stealing. We might not be able to expressly stop those people that want to jump the fence or target to where you are not at home. They can be in your environment. They can be your neighbor. They are necessarily not scavengers. So, but what we are saying is that for those people, for that class of people that fall as scavengers, operator, it is under the activities that they usually hide by going around carrying their bags or pushing the carts. Yes. So now when they know that they cannot carry their bag on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it forms a limitation for the activities on those days.
Okay, sir.
It means that anybody you see on Monday with bag or pushing a cart is arrestable. So, àti wá mọ̀ pé ọjọ́ Friday, Saturday, òun ni wọ́n máa wá kó nǹkan tó bá ti rà. So, á fún wọn láyè láti lè ṣiṣẹ́ wọn náà kán lè lọ round láwọn tó ní business tó tọ́ láti wáṣẹ́, láti wá ọjà, láti ṣe báyìí. Wọ́n mọ̀ pé àwọn ọkọ̀ lè kó torí pé a ti ṣe limitation fún kíkó yẹn ni. So that's another option. I'm just referring back to it. Okay, ma'am. GM.
Fẹ́ lọ jalè ilé mo ti mọ̀ pé tó bá mú mi ọ̀rẹ́ mi ní we are close. Màá fún pé bóyá mo wá kí ni or something like that. Ẹni tó lẹ́rù tó ti rẹrù yẹn lẹ̀ tó bá mú tó bá sọ pé òun kò wá kọṣẹ́ bí ó sì wà ń bẹ ńkọ́. Ó kì í pé òun fẹ́ wá kó òun kò fẹ́ wá mọ̀ bí ó sì wà ń bẹ. So it's better every time Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Come again, sir. We didn't understand.
So every now and then,
Sir, come again. We don't understand you.
What I'm trying to say in essence is this, sir. Familiarity. Now, in case.
You are not audible, sir.
What I'm trying to say in essence is this, sir. Now, mo escape no problem. But in a situation whereby I'm being caught, it's not that I want to come and carry this thing.
But any to work Monday to work Monday, who are exposed to the risk of being easily identified. Because to ba ti gberu ni Monday to ti ngbe lo àti gbogbo wa ti wa mo awareness wà ní gboro pé kò sẹ́ni tó fẹ́ gbé ẹrù ní Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
But I love you in a different perspective, sir. Every time on Monday, on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Thursday. Don't depend on Saturday one bambe now. They will still buy everything. Well, I don't know.
So we pay tí wọ́n bá ti lè ta ẹrù ní Monday to Thursday. Definitely ọjọ́ Friday tán bá wá yẹn náà wọ́n lè rà kán immediately.
At the limit the activity we want to say Friday nìyẹn. At the save adawa from burglary on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Indirectly is trying to say that the scouting days should be scrapped, Abi. Or people jet Thursday, Friday, Saturday, if I get you right, sir.
Honorable Chairman, sir.
Well, there has to be consequences, but we're just looking for the easiest one.
Everything has an advantage and its own disadvantage. When we had the interaction with these scavengers, together with all those other ministries and agencies I talked about, including community communications, they told us specifically that they are doing their own legal business. But those criminals hiding under their guise, that most usually are Madubo. Once if you remember the case of kidnapping, initially we were thinking it was the Fulani headers and all that were doing kidnapping. Sorry, sir. Let me just, I want to buttress what we are saying. Eventually, some group of guys were caught, and they were not Fulanis in this state. What I'm trying to, my own fear, which I want to express, is that those that come around to come and look at properties in your house, what they can buy, they come Monday, they come Tuesday, they come Wednesday, and they come Thursday. They can come in the night and burgle your house while you're asleep. So because you're already giving them opportunity to survey your environment already. So that's my fear. Concerning scouting days and coming to buy. Like you said, the day they scout, let them buy and go away.
The same scenario you have presented for this is applicable for others.
For
If
every-
either they come to scout and come back in the night to raid, or they come on the day they want to come and buy, they were still coming to scout.
No, they scout
The
and
person-
buy and go.
But that same person has also seen your environment and can come back to rob you. So it does not limit.
If what they want to buy, I'm the owner of those things, I'll put it where they will see it, not necessarily coming into my compound or coming into my environment.
At all this scenario we are designing, there's none of it that they can come into your compound without your approval.
You are coming
understand?
back to what I said.
We have cleared
They
that.
must seek permission.
We have
before they
cleared
come to your
that.
premises.
I'm only saying that we cannot build on it and say that that can work for its own. It cannot work for it. You cannot buy it. You understand? It's a law, but these are our laws. We have a law that we must not steal, but people are still stealing. So that also is, don't enter my premises is a law. It cannot buy it. How do we enforce it? That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the physical.
Yeah, somebody suggested the other time that can't, like you said, your environment landlord association, they have security personnel that regulate people that come into your environment. Let every association have such that can regulate people that come in and come out. Anybody can come, even without bags, and come into that environment.
Yes, I
and
agree
they
with
can
you.
leave, haven't burgled your house, taking a carrier bag from your premises and put things there and pretend as if they are traveling.
I agree with you that the securities is also important. It's part of what we have discussed the last time with the landlord association, that they also need to help to improve on this security. And you will agree with me that a larger percentage of these communities have securities. You understand? But these securities, they don't have the ability to prosecute or enforce because there's no law, you understand, to do this. So it is the law now that we are trying to bring up. You understand? So once this law comes up now, the security in the quarters now knows that he has something empowering to challenge, to apprehend, to, you understand? So it's part of what we are proposing. You understand? But this element is important because our exposure is that they are roaming around. So if we don't curtail that exposure, we have really not done anything in checkmating the activity because that's where these criminals hide under to move around. So if we limit the time they are doing it, it also means that we are limiting the time that we are exposed to those crimes. It's a step forward. It might not stop what we are saying, but I'm sure that there will be a reduction in the numbers of incidents that we have been recording. You understand? Yeah. I think it's time for us to have our security stakeholders contribute because you have a very important part of this discussion. You interact with this group of people, and we are also coming back to your offices as desk for whatever it is we are designing. So,
Mr. Speaker, the chairman, distinguished members of this committee, it gladdens my heart to be part of this epoch-making event today. My name is Deputy Commandant Olowo Shejeje Felix. I'm the head of Critical National Asset and Infrastructure, NSCDC, Ekiti State Command, representing our state commandant, who would have loved to be here, in person of Commandant Paul Sheun Soshina, PhD, FSI. Greetings from him to these distinguished members of this committee. I want to say that this bill, by the time it's passed into law, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps is going to be the happiest organization, considering the fact that we, as a security organization, are saddled with the responsibility of providing efficient and effective security coverage to all the critical national assets and infrastructure in Nigeria, and most especially in Ekiti State. You will agree with me that the activities of all these scavengers in a recent time have turned to a frightening dimension. We have some of the suspects arrested in our command now who have claimed to be scavengers. They commit and perpetrate a lot of illegal activities, all in the name of scavenging around. I want to say without missing word that this bill, by the time it's passed into law, will go a long way to bring sanity into the operations and activities of be it scavengers or carb bushers or scrap dealers in Ekiti State. I said something when I was invited to a stakeholder program organized by the DG Ekiti State Waste Management Authority that Yoruba people will say, Onishe Okife Kishe Umbaje. A colossal and mouth-watering amount of money have been expended and committed and plugged into the provision of critical national asset and infrastructure for the entire citizen of the state. And there is no any sensible government that will fold its arm and watch some of these assets and facilities and installations destroyed, because any attack to any of these infrastructure will go a long way to cause economic loss and affect social well-being of the residents and people of Ekiti State. It will interest you to know that in Ekiti we have 1,069 transformers in Ekiti State. And when you look at the number of transformers that are functioning to the optimal capacity, just too low. And when you take a cursory look and make critical findings about how and why all these transformers are not working, they are not far or different from the attacks that are being launched by some of these illegal scavengers around. We arrested one in a couple of weeks back from Oduayedu in Ajoni area SCDA under Ikole local government. What this suspect claimed is being a scavenger, even though the video clip is still trending till today. So I want to encourage this committee to go ahead, because as a responsible and responsive organization, we are going to throw our weight completely at the bill to see the light of the day. And as a responsible security outfit, we shall leave no stone unturned, no wire on pole, and no cutlets on cook, in ensuring that we play our own role in the area of enforcing compliance. We will not hesitate in doing that. I was listening to how the chairman has been trying, laboring so much with a lot of wisdom and logic to explain, doing justice to most of the concerns raised by some of these stakeholders. They are not unexpected, their concerns, and what's it called, most of the points they are making, they are not unusual. It is expected. But the truth of the matter is that the Yoruba people will say, Iluti oba ni ofi, eshe osimbe. So it is necessary to have this bill passed so that it will safeguard and provide enough security to some of these facilities and assets. The government of the day plugged so much money in ensuring that you and I enjoy the benefits of all this infrastructure. And I want to say that the means of identification, we are talking about ID card and the uniform. Their uniform must be a customized one, so that it will be very, very difficult for anyhow person among them to go to the market and have a purchase. Likewise, the ID card, it must carry some features, if possible security features, that will not be able for anyone to go to any cafe or what have you to fake it. This should be equally looked into. Then someone mentioned some of these scavengers going about with incriminating and dangerous weapons. Of course, yes. They are, like disguising. Majority of them are disguising that they are scavengers. But they do more than scavenging work. Yes, some of them are spies. Yes, they are spies. Some of them, when there's no anybody around, they harass. They commit all manner of illegal activities. So I want to say that this bill is coming at the nick of time. And another thing I would like to say is by the time this bill comes to fruition, it has to be given a lot of publicity. Publicity in the sense that most of the things we are doing here now, majority of the residents in Ekiti State may not be in the know. And the publicity must be in the 3 major languages we have in the state. So that be you, ìyá arúgbó tó wà nílé tó jẹ́ pé kò gbọ́ Òyìnbó, wọ́n á máa gbọ́ lórí rédíò. They hear, on the radio and even TV. So the media should do a lot in that regard. Then community engagement. It is very, very important and key in the effectiveness of this bill. I cited a suspect that was arrested at Oduayedu. It was as a result of the community collaboration and symbiotic relationship we have established over the time with some of these community leaders. Our community leaders should be able to take, ownership, because most times they are the one, around when some of the workers must have gone out to eke out a living. People must know that security, when people say it's everybody's business, yes, it goes beyond those that are wearing security uniform alone. Anybody is permitted to arrest. You have the power to arrest. But when that is done, you hand over to a security that can carry out the proper arrest, detain, investigate, and possibly prosecute. So I want to really commend the chairman of this committee and also honorable distinguished members for how far you have gone in coming up with this bill. And I'm praying that God will help Ekiti and make it grow in the Committee of States in Nigeria. Having said this, sincerity of purpose is equally important. This is where I will pause, because most of the points I'm supposed to be making, far-reaching recommendations, are being encapsulated and succinctly captured in the paper we submitted. By the time you go through it, you will know that it's loaded. And if I have to start reading, they are just like about 6 pages. It will take some of our time here. Sincerity of purpose is very, very key. We can come here and talk from now till tomorrow. We can make beautiful presentation, well-articulated one. But the truth of the matter is that at the end of the day, we must ensure that we do the needful, you and I, so that it will not be a jamboree at the end of the day. And it will not be also an effort in futility. One thing that I want to say here as I submit and pause is undue interference with security operative, undue interference. We, as a responsible organization, will do our work thoroughly and diligently, where I will advise that by the time we are doing our work, the undue interference from the general public must be reduced and reduced to the barest minimum. God bless you, and God bless Ekiti State.
Very much. Doctor.
The Honorable Chairman, members of the committee, let me first of all appreciate the great job of this chamber. This is my second time that I witnessed the proceedings in the House. Well, I'm not surprised because Ekiti people have served most people in the world, the country. Why would they not be able to serve themselves? The quality of debate I see here has greatly impressed me, and it has changed my perception about lawmaking. I now know that lawmaking is really a tough and very tedious job. Well done. I read the papers presented, even though we made some points in outline form, but the paper here has captured virtually everything. Well, to my brothers, I know what human beings don't like is change. But change is dynamic, and that's the only way we can move forward. Yes, we should not be selfish in our approach. When we are selfish in our approach, then we will not go anywhere. I've listened to arguments for and against. Yes, there is no place where everything is perfect. The only person that does everything perfect in life is God. There should be give and take. But the benefits inherent in this bill far outweighs the disadvantages. So please, people that are saying either number of days, no number of days, no. It is the enforcement. You all agreed with me that the menace of scavengers is all over Nigeria. We all know. Let's not deceive ourselves. Like the civil defense colleague has said, they are spies, they are informants, they are kidnappers, they are thieves. Well, let me not generalize, not all of them, but some or majority of them are just criminals. Security agencies have been inundated with their activities. I don't even know the House members have done a detailed analysis of what has been happening. Well, I will say that I pity the chairman trying to counter, to provide solutions. But they have wasted hours, days. I know for them to have come out with this, even though you are seeing about 4 pages, they must have spent nothing less than 8 months in preparing this thing. They have considered all that you are thinking about. I was here during my first experience here was during the discussion on Okada. But by the time I listened to all their submissions, these are things that security outfits have worked upon. And it was exactly, virtually everything that we sat for months and we came up with. So please, don't just think that these people are just churning out laws or anyhow just to discomfort us. No, it's for the good of the people. I read it, virtually everything that is here. We jotted it out, we submitted, even though in outline form. But this thing has been broken down to the minutest level. So please, they say you cannot eat an omelette without breaking the shell. That is just where we stop it. For the committee, I appreciate you for a good job. The bill is a good one. And I promise you that the security agencies will go along with you in the enforcement. This one, for those that are afraid, it is with this law that your security guards can arrest and hand over to security agencies those marauders. They are marauders. When you see them, it's not just a scavenging. Most of you that are even buying what they bring, at times you know that what they have brought, this is not scrap. You know that it is not scrap. Let's tell ourselves the truth. The moment we don't start, we don't tell ourselves the truth, we'll just be rigmaroling, and it will not pay anybody. Ekiti, as vibrant as they are, you all agree with me. Go and do this. You go and do chukwe, you disappear. No. Other states are supposed to be coming to Ekiti to come and take dressing. Please, how are you people doing it? But are we doing it like that? And this is part of the discussion, but you cannot do without seeing that. Please, let us be objective. Our parents, even when we were younger, when they wanted to correct us, we always try to be strong-headed. But today, all of us are enjoying it. And for those who did not take it, they are there. We have friends in the villages. Likewise, the same you people have them in the village too. It is not easy. Anything that is good that does not come cheap. So that is just the only place I will plead with our brothers. We should not look everything from the perspective of financial benefits. The north is there. You see them rushing down here. Why are they rushing down here? How many of the Yoruba boys are these scavengers? Let me ask you. Because you have been able to lay the foundation for your children. But they are nothing like that. So please, let us not encourage a breeding ground for future Boko Haram. I'm talking from a position of authority, but I will not go further. But let's leave it at that. I appreciate you for what you have done. There is nothing for me to say. All points have been covered. Thank you very much. I'm grateful. Of course, I'm Brigadier General Adewa, retired, the Corps Commander of Monteku. Thank you.
Wow. I think that's a very fantastic one for the two security agencies. Vigilante, I'm sure you concur with the submissions of your sister agencies. Thank you very much, sir. I'm grateful for the accolades that you have thrown, but I would equally like to let you know that we are doing this as elected officers. It's our duty, it's our responsibility, and it behoves on us to do a thorough job so that our conscience can conveniently check us if we have done the right thing or the wrong thing. We started this process from several rounds of petitions. And we left that phase to interaction with rapid response, with civil defense, some of your junior staffs, and we saw a whole lot of dirty things that we don't have to be saying on the here. And at times, a lot of people don't know how bad some things have become in the state because we are not privileged to have those informations. And I pray that the state will not get worse than what it is in Jesus' name. Our state is known as one of the most peaceful states, and I pray that we continue to retain that because the trend of the things we are lackadaisically allowing, we are not doing the best for ourselves. Thank you. Having said that, back to our discussion, I will take our submission as this. We have the option of working with scouting and evacuation days, or 3 days a week, or 2 hours every day. Those are the 3 options that I have found that this sitting has been able to arrive at. So we will go back and reconsider and choose from all this, one of these 3 options. Thank you very much. The next is part 5, and that's offenses and penalties. I think that should not take our time. If you are caught without registration, we are putting 100,000 fine or 6 months imprisonment. I want us to react to the whole. Should it be an option of both, or part 5? Part 5 on the... Okay, okay. 5. Okay. So, I want to believe that we concur with 100,000 fine or 6 months imprisonment. Or both. Please, I need a visual confirmation of that, please. Are we okay with that? Okay. Failure to pay taxes, 10% penalty on unpaid taxes or license suspension. Though we have agreed to harmonize. So we are going to increase the class for the taxes to now inculcate the provisions of EKRS to be captured in this law. So if you are a taxpayer, and tó bá ti ń sanwó orí fún EKRS, kò wà bounded by oye tá fi síbí. Or ẹni tí ó bá ti san fún EKRS, ó wà bounded by oye tá bá ti fi síbí. So unauthorized scrap collection, ẹni tí ó lọ ń kọjá tí ó dẹ̀ ní tí ẹni tí ó wà registered ó yẹ yín, but ẹni tó ní nǹkan ó lóun kọ́ ló fún ní go ahead, kò ní authorization láti gbé kinní yẹn, 75,000 fine or confiscation of equipment. So the last one is repeat offenses. If you repeat an offense, you are liable the number of times you repeat that offense, and if you have a license, it qualifies you for revocation. I want to agree that we are okay with that page. So, and the last part is public awareness, community sensitization, part 6. Community sensitization and media campaigns. Some of us has discussed about it. Workshops and training for operators. Our operators also need to be trained. They need to understand the reasons for these laws. The argument that they are putting here is a personal and private argument to protect themselves. But we also need to let them know that they also have to protect the people. So the orientation is also part of what we have to talk about. So it works under workshops and training of operators. Then the Boru needs to work on collaboration with law enforcement agencies because it's a very delicate angle. My security brothers, you will notice the submission of one of the lawyers before she left about the possibility of twisting some of these laws. And I'm sure that, yes, I can vouch for our security agencies that we have men of good character and integrity. Yes, we can't say there are not few bad eggs, but the system is always on the process of removing and eliminating such bad eggs in the system. And I'm sure that with a good working relationship with the Bureau, we can achieve a seamless regularization and monitoring of these people. With that said, I think we have covered all the possible areas. We will go back. For those advices that you have brought up, we will reintroduce them into the bill. We will get to visit the Ministry of Environment and Waste Management Agency to do a proper assessment of what your capacities can be like. You will understand with me now that this is a very encompassing and demanding job where you need to relate with almost all police offices in the state, where you need to dedicate your personal time to this bill or law. So we will come and have further interactions with you on the possibility of you being able to manage this. If we are confident that you can manage it, then we will do an amendment of your law and inculcate these things under your agency. But if not, we'll go ahead with the proposal for the agency. So having said this, I want to allow my colleagues to drop their own bit for us to close up on this. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, from the commandant of both corps, Amatekun Corps and Civil Defense, we want to appreciate you. The Minister of Environment, Waste, and other agencies represented here. I want to appreciate your contribution, brilliant contributions to move the state forward. We can assure you that your inputs and contributions will be taken into consideration in the final draft of the bill when the House finally meets on how to pass the bill into law. So we want to enjoy you to ensure you maintain peace and order in carrying out your business activities in order for the state to be restful, peaceful, and prosperous. Thank you for your contributions. That's my only little contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank the audience for your time. It's indeed a very productive deliberation, and I believe the focus of this is mainly to how to keep our environment safe, and also how to look at the activity of the scavengers, how we can limit it, or probably manage it so that we can be on a good agenda, making sure that whoever is operating is legally authorized to do so. And I think we are going to put most of the comments you pass along into consideration, and that's the way forward. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, members of the audience, thank you once again for coming. Thank you for your brilliant contributions. Thank you for agreeing to move Ekiti forward. Thank you for ensuring that we have a safe state. What we have all agreed upon this afternoon is to ensure that we live in a safe environment. And I pray that God will grant us this, our singular heart desires, in the name of Jesus. For those in the business of scavenging, please let us remain law-abiding. Let us work together with the law enforcement agency, and even to ensure that this bill gets an adequate attention. Thank you once again. Ekiti ò ní bàjẹ́ o. Ẹ ṣé o.
Having said that, thank you very much. We want to appreciate everybody for your time. The contributions we have gotten here today is so invaluable. It's so valuable, sorry. And we cannot but appreciate you for giving us this opportunity to have these little perks and observations as additions to the bill. The final bill will be dropped to the House as a report of our activities, and it will be queued into the system for passage. And eventually, after its passage, it will become a law in the state. I will advise that if we still have any further reservations or observations, to come back again to meet with the committee with better light and argument. If there's even a better approach than what we have done up to now, it can still be entertained before we finally make this a law. So I want us to note that that medium is still there and available for further amendments to what we have done already. This is not a final submission on this. Thank you very much. And having said this, I will say, let's say the grace together in unison. Our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, the fellowship of the Holy Spirit, now and forever. Amen. Thank you. Okay. Àwọn máa ń mú mi jù mí lọ. Wọ́n náà máa ń mú mi gan.